Hey, everybody. Welcome to the game. Holy crap, there's all kinds of people in here already. I didn't realize it was a on-demand thing. What's up? Hold on. I got this. There we go. Yep. And welcome to the game, the Great American Experience. I'm the Wizard of Oz, and this is not my show. I'm just the guy that pushes the buttons. But hey, welcome in. Singularity, Miriam, Kay, already here. Dallas, most censored. Holy cow. Hey, was in the what's up, bud? Yeah, no doubt. And holy cow. So, let me get the link out here. Hold on a second. Here we go. Come on up here, Kay. Anybody else who wants to, come on up. You are the ones that make the show, so got to get on screen to make a show. So, dude, guys, I tell you what, you know what? I'm gonna start a video, and oh my god, anybody with any, well, Aram's still going too, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna wait, but yeah, I'm gonna show that video, Bruce. Hell yeah, I'm showing that video. Okay, hold on a second here. It's gonna hear some noise. There we go. There you go. Hold on. Tow truck. Oh, God, dude. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Well, actually, I watched the fourth hour where Pachenik was on, right? That Infowars, but the one I think you're talking about was from the War Room, right? With Owen Schroyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lays it out. But
any animosity about this election, any animosity whatsoever about the election or the process, we're like, that's the video that people need to see.
The 14th Amendment is really cool. Have you heard that in that video talk about the Fourth Amendment and the ability to fucking hang a bunch of people for this shit?
I didn't know. I haven't seen that one.
I got that info, but about
we were reading the 14th Amendment, and it just was kind of weird. We were reading it last night. We brought it up on screen and everything.
It is what I can find is where it states the ability and what can be done as far as down to the governors and mayors. And hi, Sasha, how's everything?
Good.
How's it going, everybody?
Long time to see.
Hey guys, yeah, it's been a while since I talked to you, so I figured I'd join the chat.
I caught you this morning there, and I didn't recognize your new name and such, but yeah, man.
How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Just it's been crazy. That's all I can say.
I bet you're still where? You're still in Columbia, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I managed to get outside, so I live outside city limits now.
Oh, outside the city limits. Good for you. Never mind.
Yeah. Our stupid mayor Brian Trees decided to go ahead and mandate the stupid mandatory mask order. So it's nice. The timing was perfect, and it's nice that I don't have to follow that stupid mandatory ordinance.
Right. And in Missouri, of all places, St. Louis is doing the same damn thing, dude.
Yeah. You know what's so funny? When I looked at the map, Boone County, Kansas City, and St. Louis were the only blue spots in Missouri.
Yep, the only blue spots. Exactly. That's because of Columbia, City County, and St. Louis County.
So what does that tell you about cities?
Yep. Right. Well, they fucked up when they came. They brought those protests to St. Louis, Missouri,
Right.
and the prosecutor tried to go after those people. The governor says, "Well, guess what? You didn't break a law in the state of Missouri. We're not going to let this happen." Right. Because we've not only got stand your ground, we've got castle doctrine. We can, and we have open and we have constitutional concealed carry as well.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so we're all legit when it comes to guns here. Okay, turn around and they brought that shit here, and oh man, dude, they didn't. It don't play well here in Missouri. People get killed.
What do you got there, tow truck?
State general election ballot, Clearwater County, Minnesota, November 3rd.
Okay.
So, am I looking for a watermark here?
Oh yeah, Steve. That's right. I just uploaded.
I'm not sure. Did you see the video?
I did, and I saw the shape of it and the lettering, but it looked like a postage stamp shape thingy. So I don't know, but I'm looking, and I have a blue light, and I have a flashlight, and I don't see it. So I'm wondering.
You have a black light?
Well, see, this is a bulb, right? Are they, just because they're blue, does that mean it's the right frequency or what?
No.
Not really?
No, it's got to be an ultraviolet black light. Yeah.
Does that look right?
I can't tell over camera.
I mean,
you can't tell. I know.
I mean, I've got a blue filter for software. I can't really tell.
Wouldn't it make white blue if it were a blue light?
It's been a while since I was in art class. I don't remember.
I know it makes you glow.
Does our money still have the iridescent fibers in them that you would spot under a blue light?
Yeah.
Because I can't see the fibers in my $20 bill.
Oh, I guess. I mean, shit, man, you got a pair of white socks?
Yeah, well, the high parts are white still.
It'll make them glow, dude.
Yeah, okay, then this ain't the right light. It looks like a blue light, but it's not. But what was it? I'm stuck. Oh, Sasha, I love your decorator. Where'd you get that background? Oh, wait. We shop at the same place.
It came with the contract.
Right. Yeah, he took down all the Trump paraphernalia. So it's like it appear anonymous.
No, I've got a neighbor.
Just uploaded another video.
What was the name, Kate?
Project Veritas just uploaded another video.
Oh, are they exposing the USPS thing?
He had Postmaster General gave him a call. There was a whistleblower, and then he called the local post office, and they hung up on him. And a couple hours later, the postmaster called him back, I guess.
And that's weird. I made sure to set up notifications for his channel, but I didn't receive it as usual.
Yeah, imagine that. They've been banning people all over the place talking about it.
Wiz, did you see the video I posted earlier?
No. Where'd you post it?
On my channel.
I didn't get a notification on that.
Hold on. My fucking computer's being retarded. Well, whatever. Matt's computer's being retarded. Not mine.
I moved 1.5 tons of sand today.
Oh, fun.
Ooh.
Wow.
Fun.
Joy.
Emerald City Beach. Nice.
Right. We had to. It's for remediation in the garden.
Right.
We're building a garden soil, and we needed sand. We got plenty of clay, but not enough sand.
There you go, Wiz. I just put it in the chat. Yeah, I got a text from Colorado State today.
What's the video about?
about the text that I got from the state. They decided to send me a COVID tracer text.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
What does that
And now
mean?
my phone won't let me do half of the shit it normally does because they want me to upgrade or update my software on my phone.
Oh, imagine that. So they can track
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just a software update, you know, to make it easier for them to track individuals.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I'm a little afraid for when my phone shuts off if it's gonna, because it automatically does the updates sometimes, you know.
Well, back up all your images and your text and your phone logs and stuff, and then turn around and factory reset your phone.
Yeah, I might. But I imagine that'll still put the software on it, won't it?
Potentially.
By default, I'm pretty sure everything is Google oriented in terms of phones. Unfortunately,
But I don't use Google on my phone. I use Firefox.
Okay, unless it's an iPhone, then I don't know about Google.
If it's an iPhone,
Well, you guys saw how shitty my phone is, right?
I ran across a couple things lately. They keep taking my touchpad away on my laptop, the driver or whatever. It'll work and then it won't work. And I went to try to fix it, and then I wanted to reinstall. And I noticed in the permissions that for some odd reason, right, my touchpad has unlimited access to my everything, my internet history and browsers. And what the fuck do I need permission for my? I don't get that. And then the other thing that's been going on, just my chat
I don't
keeps
have location on. And you know what's funny? This phone number is a New Mexico phone number. Why the fuck are they sending me Colorado shit?
From New Mexico. Oh, that's
well, dude, I've gotten call after call today saying my iCloud has been infiltrated or fucking corrupted or.
Well, I
don't
do
have
remember
an iCloud account.
I remember reading an article not too far back saying that China is going strong in terms of cyber attacks. And I'm wondering if this is the beginning of that.
Right.
Probably.
Well, that's my conspiracy theory, is that at the moment when Donald Trump's numbers started coming up, the yuan started doing this badly to the bottom. And that, like an hour later, is when the count stopped.
You know, so you made a good point there because I was gonna yeah, I was gonna mention that because I forgot what show I was listening today. The individual also mentioned that, so yeah, good point there as well.
And then, oddly enough, at 4:00 in the morning, you see some kind of tiny, kind of slender, like maybe Chinese people walking in with crates of fucking ballots for the voting booth.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'm not the only one that got that text, Tanya. There's two other people. Oh, you know what? Am I talking over somebody?
No.
Oh, it looked like you were still talking, Toe. I'm not the only one that got it. Sting and Soko also got it because they're in Colorado.
From New Mexico?
No. Okay, so my phone is a New Mexico number, but everything else is. I mean, my location is off, so it shouldn't know where I am, but I am in Colorado.
Oh yeah, like that's good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I know.
You're keeping this a secret. My secret.
My location and finder is
Not
off.
that I lied that I was actually keeping my location off, but damn it, I was fucking. That's what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, well, oops. Forgot.
Yeah, it's also not supposed to be able to, listen and record us, but it is.
Yeah.
So anyway, I still haven't slept, guys.
Oh boy!
Wait, are you kidding me?
I am not kidding.
Wow.
I tried to after you and I talked this morning, or whenever that was.
Yeah.
I mean, my days are fucking running congruent now, but yeah, I could not go back to sleep. I tried. I drank more whiskey. I took more Advil PM. I got myself fucking stupid stoned. And no.
No. You know what? If you don't do any of that shit, you'll sleep like a baby.
Hey.
You drink a bunch of water and you're gonna sleep like a baby.
Just pop a bunch of
eat a salad.
Pop a bunch of melatonin pills.
Right.
Yeah,
Eat a salad.
I did take liquid melatonin.
Eat a salad.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they have liquid versions. Okay.
It's
eat a salad and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
No, I just ate a big old dinner. I'm like fucking stuffed.
It's got to have a lot of meat in it. Either if it's that, you got to have a lot of meat in it. The trick is getting a lot of protein in it. Your body will go to sleep and process the protein.
I had bacon.
A lot of bacon?
No.
Okay.
I had a lot of freaking French toast, though. Damn
it! Bacon bits on a salad.
So yeah.
Fuck a salad. I'm not doing keto shit no more.
Oh, okay. So you're having ramens again.
Oh.
Ramen? Fuck yeah, probably.
Man, I haven't had ramen since my college days. Good Lord.
Yeah, bacon bits.
Did you guys see what ramen did? Did you guys see what they did? You know the Oriental ramen, right?
No.
The blue one. Go look at what it is now. They politically corrected it because Oriental, you know.
Oh my gosh. Of course they did.
Yeah, there's no more Oriental ramen. It is soy sauce.
Wow.
It's the same shit though.
What?
Yeah, it's not Oriental anymore. It's soy sauce flavor.
Soy flavored. Wow.
Soy sauce flavor.
I don't know. I stopped eating and sleeping a couple days ago.
Wait, what?
So can we still get the Asian spicy?
I don't know. That might be politically incorrect.
Soy sauce.
But that was my favorite wings. Like buffalo wings. You go to Buffalo, you know what I'm saying? Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ooh, I want Wingstop.
My
so
favorite.
Have they changed Uncle Ben's already or not?
I bet they did. I bet they did. I think they made him a white dude.
Did you hear Gerald Celentes go off about that? He was like, now I want you to take down all these racial profiles that you've been putting up in Hollywood for all these years. Every Italian's a gangster, and I'm sick of it. I want you to take that shit down. I want The Godfather redone. He was just going off, man. Every time they profile an Italian, they're always being racist. He's always a mobster. He's always a thug. He's always a thief, and I've had it up to here. He was really on it.
Shut up, Wop.
He was really on it. And, I don't doubt that he was somewhat serious about that, too. I don't think he was just playing. Of course, he was, theatricizing a little bit, but he had a good point. If they're going to play it like that, well, if you're going to be all tender skinned like that, then you got to check yourself too, because they're the ones walking around, hey, you mook, and it's like, if you want to talk about racism, that's it right there. That's profiling. That's what that is. So, yeah, man, it's got to be the same for everybody, So we might as well just back off all that bullshit.
Yeah, that's as a side note. Yeah, Tanya, that's some good points there. I do research on supplements and all that stuff too. So, food is powerful if you eat the right stuff. It works for you, not against you. And
I'm making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right now.
As I'm saying, yeah.
You know what's in peanut butter? Peanuts. My friend, he took a meat grinder and adapted it, and then he went and got a big old sack of peanuts, and we shelled them all, and he just threw them in the meat grinder, and they came out peanut butter. No salt, no sugar, nothing. It just
Hey,
no
I did
oil,
that
nothing.
actually with my
It makes
old Sears and
so
Roebuck
much peanut butter.
grinder.
Your slap chop? What?
No. I said I did that. I've made peanut butter, and I used to do a lot of. I used to get a lot of like pork roasts and cut it up and make ground pork.
Okay, very nice.
60s, hand crank. I mean, I would get drunk. I'd sit there and spend all day drinking a 30 pack, and fucking just sit there cutting up meat, filling up the freezer.
Nice.
My arms were like so dead by the next day, though. I'm like, oh, I'm dying.
Well, I don't know. I got to do something. My chat froze.
I know, my shit's all messing up too.
So I'm going to try to regroup. Maybe it's because I didn't give a thumbs up. Somebody gave a thumbs down.
Yeah, it's likely.
What a-holes.
I'm posting the link in a lot of places. I'm sure we're going to start getting more fucking haters. But they won't come up on camera, will they, pussies?
Well, linguistic skills are rather hard to find when you're on the left side there. They ain't got too many words to say.
Well, hey, if Biden is their leader, I'm not worried at all.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, come on.
I mean, come on, guys.
Come on.
Then you ain't black.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that chat too. That was pretty crazy.
What, did you see him say that he had the largest voter fraud organization in history?
Oh, I made sure to post that.
I was like,
now look, I get a mistake, and I get that. But look, the first thing you do when you fuck something like that up, you turn around and you make sure everybody knows that you clarified that statement. I omitted the word fraud prevention. Prevention is the word that I missed there. I'm very sorry. And, further explain yourself. No, you just let it slide.
Yep.
It's okay.
Just
it's
another
okay.
day in Biden world.
They love me.
Yeah.
They're going to vote for me and me.
For him.
Did they say the votes are going to come in by tomorrow or next week? Was it Friday or next week?
It's all in the courts now.
Oh, okay.
How does that work? The president so you file a suit, do you just call up the Supreme Court and say, hey, can you judge on this real quick?
Hey, he just got buried in, so, he can... So,
well,
yeah. He's letting Facebook defend his slip or omission. He's not doing it himself, right? He's putting it on somebody that has absolutely nothing to do about it, like fuck Facebook. They shouldn't have any either way to say or no say or call it a fact check or whatever you want to call it. That's his personal words out of his mouth that need to be defended by the words out of his mouth. That's how that works in every other part of the world except in Biden world.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I mean, I believe he stands a higher chance because, he was responsible for getting, Kavanaugh in, and now, he's got, Barrett.
Right. You're right. Well, we still don't know what happened to Scalia anyway, do we? I mean,
yeah, we know they killed his ass.
Clinton decided, that's what happened. And so who was the vice president at that time? That would be Joe Biden. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm starting to put it together.
All right, guys. Hey.
What's up, Kate?
Gus, cut it out.
Gus.
I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with everybody, but we had enough problems in the world without fighting with each other.
Is it a full moon or something?
No, that happened on Halloween. It was a blue moon.
It's a gust.
No, I was just messing around because people's behavior apparently is not normal.
Yeah, everybody's edgy.
Well, I mean,
certainism.
StreamYard is capable up to what? 10?
Yeah.
10 people? So, yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to come on, we're not going to bite. We're not scary.
I'll post the link.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to, I did get a bunch of new subscribers over to my channel today, so I'm going to go ahead and put a live on real quick and put the link in there and send them over here.
Right.
I believe on Halloween was...
You could restream us over there, too.
Okay, so how do I do that, though?
Usually, once you're there, you go and you open up a new window with our screen up.
Right.
And then you turn around and go back into StreamYard on the other browser window.
Oh, I got to set up a new StreamYard or pay.
You didn't call me.
I know, I suck.
At it.
Don't get me excited.
Right.
how's it going there, Queen? Marianne?
Oh, Queen.
Sorry, it's just my manliness saying that.
I tried to save you, Kate.
And but yeah, we were going to talk about that because we wanted to get you. I want to get the other guys, everybody together, and we'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Hey, Gus, you don't have to fucking take cheap shots either, brother. You know what I'm saying? You can fucking save that shit. It's all speculation on your part anyway, And that's not what we're here for.
Yeah.
I love what you said about me earlier today, and I appreciate that. But, man, I'm not going to just allow that stuff because you said something nice about me. That doesn't mean that, I can't tell you to go play with yourself.
Yeah, just don't be a dick. Okay?
See the rules. I almost forgot the rules.
Yeah, it's a little short with Gus because he's got history. He does this from time to time. We know a week from now he'll be fine.
No, he was really great to me today. I don't know. Maybe it's a different Gus. Who knows?
No, it's the same Gus. He goes up and down with his.
He's probably drinking again.
But I need to restart you guys, so I'll catch up with you in a few moments.
Sounds good.
But yeah, this stuff with just to watch that show. I want to play it. I'm going to play it right now.
What?
All right, everybody, here you go. This is the message.
Or what?
Huh?
Oh, cool. All right, I'm gonna shut my mic off. I'm gonna go ahead and go just run a stream to get people to come over here real quick. Just get them alerted from if they're not already subscribed, to your channel.
Okay, all right.
But I'm gonna leave you guys open, but I'll just be muted back here.
Biden cheated. He did indeed.
All right. All right, here it comes. I'm working on it.
This is really a sting operation, contrary to what everybody else said. Trump knew this was happening. Eric knew this was happening and warned the public. I knew this was happening. However, I could not say anything about it. What happened was we watermarked every ballot with what's called the QFS blockchain encryption code. In other words, we know pretty well where every ballot is, where it went, and who has it. So this is not a stolen election. On the contrary, we reversed the entire game of war along the lines of Sons of the Art of War. And Trump was brilliant and still is brilliant at it. The reason he hasn't been seen, and Alex correctly said, oh, I haven't seen him in several days. Well, in the art of the war, you pull back, allow your enemy to make all the mistakes that they are making, manipulate the situation, expose them, and then come in for the final killing. And that's what's happening now. None of this was unexpected. All of this was expected. All of this is part of the sting operation we're running.
The greatest battle in the history of humanity is happening right now. Don't sit on the sidelines. Take action now. The fight starts at Infowars.com.
Dr. Steve Pieczenik is on with me. I have no doubt that Donald Trump won this election in a landslide, the likes of which we'll never really know the final numbers. I think he probably even broke Barack Obama's record in the popular vote, but we'll never know with all the votes that got flipped by the machines, all the Trump ballots that were burned, all the fake Biden ballots and everything. But Dr. Steve Pieczenik, as we're in the middle of this, the election's over. We're now in the stealing process of the election. What are you seeing? What's going through your mind as you're witnessing this gigantic hoax?
Number one, it's not a hoax. What's happening now, and the reason I couldn't come on the Alex Jones show last night was I was not given the permission that I needed to in order to say what I'm about to say now. I do not work for the federal government. I'm not paid by them. Let me just say again what I said in 2016. There are honorable members of our intelligence, military, and civilian community in the government who understood exactly how corrupt Biden and the Democratic machinery is, was, and will be. This is really a sting operation, contrary to what everybody else said. Trump knew this was happening. Eric knew this was happening and warned the public. I knew this was happening. However, I could not say anything about it. What happened was we watermarked every ballot with what's called the QFS blockchain encryption code. In other words, we know pretty well where every ballot is, where it went, and who has it. So this is not a stolen election. On the contrary, we reversed the entire game of war along the lines of Sun Tzu, the art of war. And Trump was brilliant and still is brilliant at it. The reason he hasn't been seen, and Alex correctly said, oh, I haven't seen him in several days. Well, in the art of the war, you pull back, allow your enemy to make all the mistakes that they are making, manipulate the situation, expose them, and then come in for the final killing. And that's what's happening now. None of this was unexpected. All of this was expected. All of this is part of the sting operation we're running. And let me tell you that 48 hours ago, not only did we put markers on those ballots, but I can say now, with the permission of people in the intelligence community and elsewhere, that we have sent out thousands and thousands of National Guards to 12 different states, Washington, Delaware, Texas, Arizona, Alabama, and everywhere. So now you have to consider and rethink what this is really about. The genius of Trump is that he is able to pull back at any point and manipulate the opponent without the opponent ever realizing. He has said repeatedly, hashtag steal the vote. That's exactly what he has said for months. Then he made a very clear implication. He said, I will use common sense or my intelligence, i.e. both literal and figurative intelligence. And those of us in the intelligence community, be it who they are, again, what I said in 2016, when we exposed Hillary Clinton, we now exposed, and it was Trump who initiated this, Biden family. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, Jim Biden, Frank, the whole family was played right into a game where they were convicted, and you're seeing what's happening now. What was not announced was that we watermarked all the ballots with what I said at QFS blockchain, which is a very hard encryption code to break. And the second thing is we sent probably 20,000 or more National Guards 48 hours ago. None of it was reported, and I thank the press for not reporting it and others. So what in fact is happening is you're seeing a sophisticated sting operation that was initiated by Trump. I'm just a lowly peasant in this game, and honestly, I was informed that I could say something about it today, only last night. That's why I could not come on.
Well,
this is the reverse of what you guys have been thinking. It's not a civil war. We have not been surprised in any way. This has been a setup by Trump for a long, long time. In the same way that we knew about Hillary Clinton, I warned about the coup that we would do a counter coup, and this is our counter coup again against the Bidens. And that's exactly what we expected. The corruption in the mail, the corruption in USPS, corruption with the Democrats, everywhere and anywhere. There was no surprise here. And that's why we deployed National Guard soldiers to 12 different states.
Well, Steve, you've just broken certainly perhaps the biggest news since the election here on this show. I have to play this out logically in my head.
That's why I go on your show to basically, I keep saying...
Well, I love you, Steve. I'd kiss you on the lips right now if it wasn't digitally.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, there's too many people watching us.
We're open like that. We're tolerant. But Steve, following your logic here, I mean, are arrests inevitably coming down the road?
Yeah. They're coming not just down the road, they're being implemented. What you saw Corey Wendowski and Pam Biondi saying when they were in Clay County and as well in Philadelphia, that was not just a threat. That was exactly what's going to happen. People will be arrested as of tonight, tomorrow, and it will go on for quite a while. And this was a total sting operation that I can say.
So explain
anybody else. I have the permission to say it. I do not deal with classified information, as you know. I do not work for our government, but because I'm loyal to the Republic, and I work with a lot of people who are loyal to this Republic, including the 16 intelligence services, the Secret Service, our civilian service. They've all been great, and they've kept it quiet. And I've been given the permission to say what I just said. I have nothing more to say, but this is not a surprise here. This is the biggest sting operation probably in our country that we've ever had.
Well, and it would be the genius of Trump, but Steve, I got to ask in the last minute 45 here to kind of hone in. So how is this watermark on the ballots? What is the significance of that as to, is it going to stop from fake ballots being counted, or how is that going to be used?
Well, we use it in any way that we need to use it in terms of counting, knowing which ones were fake, which ones were not. It's a very sophisticated code. So if you just throw them away, these are cyber communication implementations that we have the code for. We know exactly what was thrown away. We know exactly what was placed. We know exactly who has it, and we know exactly where it went. I can't go any further than that.
Wow, this is huge news that Steve Pachenik is breaking on our show right now. For me to reiterate, I guess in my own words, President Trump and his administration and friendlies inside the White House in D.C. have launched a sting operation knowing this Democrat fraud was coming. And, you know, Steve, you said Trump's been talking about this for months. Actually, it's really been years. This is from President Trump on October 10th, 2012. He said, "It doesn't matter who you vote for. It matters who is counting the votes." End quote. Be careful of voter fraud. So he's obviously known about this forever. I mean, is this the genius of Trump playing out? I mean, long term?
Yeah. Trump is far more brilliant than people understood. I knew about Trump. I don't personally work for him, and I don't deal personally with him, but he knows that I've known him for well over 30 to 40 years when he built ice skating rinks for free. And I had my children go there, and he was very gracious to New York and to the United States.
Election 2020 is here. Whether Trump wins or loses,
now that
we have all won by exposing the
that's the shit, man.
By exposing the globalists,
that's the coolness, man. That right there.
So, with that said, if Steve is correct on this, how does this change the game in your
It
opinion?
exposes every one of the single fraudulent ballots. Okay, so there's no question about it. If they don't have that mark on them, okay, that they were fraudulent ballots. Period. That's just a fact. That's like having a check. You write a check.
Okay.
It looks like a check, yeah, but it don't function like a check because it's not a check, right?
Given the fact that the Democrats did not know about this while they're committing this crime,
Complicit.
what do you think are they doing right now in terms of scrounging?
Right. Well, you're going to start seeing a bunch of them leave the country real quick. They're going to go dark, just be absent. Yeah, and if
that's interesting, you said that. I read an article that there's been an increase in private jets and elites leaving the country.
Yeah, yeah, they're vacating, dude. They're running now. Okay, because they know the gig is up. They all got busted. He just put it out there, man. He's like, okay, watch this, motherfuckers. All these legitimate ballots that went out, they're good. Okay, if they don't have the watermark, they're wrong.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be amazing. So we should definitely see some kind of result. No more later than next week, I'm assuming.
Yeah, the next few days it'll start coming out. Oh, this person's not available anymore. This person's not here anymore. This person's under arrest. We don't know what happened to these people.
Yeah, get to those airports. Get to those airports. Let's get the hell out of here.
Right. Another Democrat committed suicide today.
Right. Well, I mean, when you side with the devil, this is what you get,
The cost is your soul.
It may be profitable for a little while, but people don't realize that the soul is eternal. This world is not everything. So
yeah, it's only temporary here.
Yep.
It's like going to I always refer to it when I talk about the spiritual stuff. I just look at it like this. We are only here temporarily, as in this thing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When this body ceases to operate, we're released from this body and move into something else. Well, we got the Super Bowl ticket. We get to see this. This is an amazing time to be alive. Okay? It's the apex of this society.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily the apex, but it is of this generation, a general phase of our society, of our existence and our evolution.
Yes, it is.
Okay, there's an evolution phase coming here real quick. Okay. And I think it has something to do with the passage between the negative side of this galaxy and the positive side of this galaxy when the frequencies change. At the time where the polar shift happens and we move through the gravitational event horizon of the galaxy.
Yeah, are you talking about like the true north as opposed to like others?
Well, no, not necessarily.
Are you referring to the galaxy like in general?
The galaxy as a whole, yes. Our solar system travels around Earth, the galactic center like a carousel horse. Mm-hmm. And every 25,600 years, we cross through the gravitational event horizon of our galaxy. Okay, just like a black hole has an event horizon, that's what they project. That's why they project it's some kind of black hole or massive gravitational force in the center of our galaxy. And it has an event horizon, a field of effect between the positive and the negative toroidal energy that exist in a solar system, a star, a galaxy.
Just to ask you really quickly, is that what people consider or say is the golden age when the galaxy is level or something?
Well, that was, from what I understand, that was kind of a misnomer.
Okay.
But it was intended that that's where the evolution goes, that we get the golden body, we get the light bodies. Okay, and that's a Zoroastrian kind of evolution.
Okay.
Okay, that's what that refers to, the golden age or the golden, because even they talk about that being the next phase of our evolution is golden bodies of energy. We become as light or something like that. I'm not really sure about all that, but that's what I remember reading.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I just look at it. We got the Super Bowl tickets, baby. We get to watch this, experience it from inside, man. We're here in this time, in this age, in this particular point in history that, hey, we got the Super Bowl tickets. We're actually here for this, to be a part of it, to make a difference or to experience what happened,
right.
whether it be for the end of the end of this phase or the beginning of the next. But to experience the evolution of this society and this of the human race, kind of thing. Because we are the grand experiment. You realize that we are not completely of this earth.
I was like, is that a UFO? That's a dog.
That's my ranger.
I was like, a quick UFO invasion.
Come here, buddy.
Is that a blue?
Yeah. So he's standing on the ground, and
oh my gosh, what kind of dog is that?
Anatolian Shepherd. He's only 10 months old. He's about 100 pounds now.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah. Good boy. Josh. You go outside. You want to go outside. What? You go outside? You want to go outside? Or you screaming?
Polar bear.
Yeah, it's not a polar bear. It would be a polar bear.
Oh, well, if what Stephen has just announced, that's definitely good news. So.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm just like, I've been passing it around because there's been a lot of animosity and a lot of people just, ready to grab a implement and do things they shouldn't. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, speaking of that, I'm gonna check my YouTube channel, make sure YouTube didn't delete it just because of that.
Oh, I don't think so, because we're on YouTube. So. Hey, there's Tow Truck. But are they Aaron? What's up?
Oh, hey. Uh-oh.
Hey, I gotta let Ranger out. I'll be right back.
Hi, Aaron.
Oh. Hey, I can't.
Where have you been all night?
But hey, this is Kenny.
How's it going, Aaron? Hey, Aaron.
Kenny. The moth. He don't eat much, does he?
Kenny the moth.
Like a moth to the flame.
There he is. Dude, this thing's just all like, hey, yo, he's hanging out. Dude, this thing's lifespan is like 3 days. Fucking incredible.
70.
No,
it was like 70.
You guys,
3 degrees today.
What's
beautiful?
Uh-oh.
What?
I can't hear you guys. It's getting up. I gotta go.
Oh,
I gotta
shit.
go. No, I can't understand. I gotta go to chat.
Come back.
Oh. At least we got to see Kenny. You missed.
He was on while I was gone, and then I come back and he leaves. Like what?
Yeah. No.
It was like 73 degrees today, guys. It was gorgeous.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, here in Missouri, it's been in the 70s all week. So yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. You're only like Okay, yeah. I keep forgetting that you're
Yeah,
also.
we ain't about an hour apart. We're only about an hour apart.
No, I got you. Your guys' audio is all screwed up. I can't do it. They're fucking with me.
I'm not even saying anything.
And
How could
Kenny's
you
all
tell?
like about it. Ready to fucking do circus tricks over here, and I can't. I'm telling you. Look,
Punch,
here. We got Kenny.
punch your computer.
Okay.
Howdy.
I think we got.
Kenny wants to do a backflip and shit, and I can't do it because you're everybody that's doing video, the audio is all garbly gooped, and so Kenny. No, Kenny's lifespan is like 3 days. So,
Hey, Disney girl.
Kenny did good.
So here's a question for you guys.
Kenny got on the internet.
If the watermarks have to be read by black
Cheers,
light,
everybody. I gotta go.
All right, Aaron.
if watermark ballots have to be read under black light, which was my first assumption, educated guess about them. We still don't know yet. That means they have to be run through a computer with a black light to count them all, to separate the sheep from the goats. The good ballots from the bad.
I would imagine if you buzzed them through a black light, right, and then used a light meter, and if you saw that reflection, you could sort them real quickly.
But by hand or by computer? See, I'm thinking they're going to have to be run through computers to count them.
Well,
It's
I mean,
so
you have to
scary
tell
right now,
you
man. I'm just so
find
stressed
the
out.
authentic ones.
I'm sorry.
But
Go ahead.
I think about as fast as you could flip them through a light source, you could sense the light on them and divert them.
But we're talking millions and millions of ballots.
Oh yeah, there's machines that do that stuff.
Yeah, they'd have a sorter that would kick out the ones that don't have the money.
I've done some printing and some mailing and sorting and stuff. Yeah, it goes very fast.
But my point is,
but you're also talking about 50 or 60 different sources that are testing the ballots too. So you're not talking about one facility doing a million or a billion.
I know I'm getting ahead of the game here, but that's how I roll. My point is, we're still going to have to trust fucking computers to count the votes. That's
non-radioactive, but I heard it was irradiated ink. That's what makes it glow.
Right,
but
and
Bill
that's
says it's non-radioactive.
That's
what
two
different terms.
It's also a communication. That's why they know where they are, like a low jack.
Oh, you could read it on a Geiger counter, huh?
You could do it on a video
not
camera.
that powerful.
They can read it on a video camera.
It wouldn't be enough radiation. It wouldn't be enough radiation.
I don't think it's strong enough. Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough because they can't make it dangerous enough for people to get sick from touching it. So
doesn't have to be. RFID carries it can power itself off of the electricity in your body.
Right.
Body heat.
Yeah, I think we run on about 3 volts. I heard.
Right.
Human body makes 3 volts.
Base radiation, even a base radiation. If it would, and they have energy sources for micro scale on that too.
So I have my mail-in ballot. I had that problem with my ID, and I was going to try to get around it using the mail-in system. I ended up going to the booth. So I have the ballot from the county treasurer, and I can't find anything like that on it.
I bet you need a black light. You need a real black light.
Not a real one. Yeah, I got
a blue light
from a. No, I got a fluorescent bulb from a in a fish tank.
Now, black lights can be either incandescent or fluorescent, I believe. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna get off of here because I'm gonna go try to get a hold of Zoom too. He said that he had messaged me earlier too. I gotta go look at it.
Well, hurry back.
I will, but my fucking computer is like I can't even. The audio is so fucking choppy.
Right, we're hearing a feedback from you too. So go ahead and give
All
it
right.
shut it down all the way, let it sit for a couple minutes, and then fire it back up.
Yada yada yada.
Yada, 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 yada.
Yeah, a cold shutdown is better than a restart.
It's
Yep.
the
All right. All right, I'll be back, guys.
All right.
sounds good. The communication grid's going down, I guess.
All right.
Little
So,
by little.
Sasha, it's good to see you, man.
But they can't
Yeah,
bring down the
it's been a while.
I forgot where you are. You're in the United States, right?
Yeah.
They can't bring down the internet because it's like trying to put out a field of fire. Okay, you know, you got a billion points of fire. Okay, your hose might hit 100,000 fires at a time, but if you're hitting 100 billion, you know, little fires. Okay, it ain't gonna ever happen. It's never gonna really truly be shut down. You might get blackouts, you know, like where they got burnt, you know, but it's just as an allegory. Okay, but they can't shut down the internet because the internet is just a communication hub. That's it. All the content comes from the provider, the people who have the servers, the users that connect to it, and then all the other jazz. And P2P is big these days, and you don't even know it.
This begs the question to me: are all ISPs in bed with the shutdown protocol?
I don't know. I don't know if they can be.
That's my question.
All you can do is shut down the internet in a specific country, not worldwide. The only way to shut down the entire internet worldwide is a massive solar flare or electromagnetic pulse weapons detonated on 3 sides of the world.
They'll destroy the chips inside the unprotected gear. That's about it. Then you replace a hub, you replace a switch, you replace a code, and you're back. You know what I'm saying? That's
It'll reboot. I hope somebody reboots it.
Right.
That's funny.
So I was like, yeah, you know, it's all going to be.
So, but here's my thing, man. If we're going to have to rely on computers to test each ballot, whether or not it has a watermark, I still think we should stay with the old system. Vote in person, handwritten ballots, counted by hand. This whole computer thing, man, it's the fucking devil. My stepdad tried to tell me this years ago. He's like, "You've got a computer? What the fuck? It's of the devil. You're opening the doors." And I was like, "It's just a tool. It's like a library. Are libraries of the devil too? You know, they're just books that you can read. You pick which book you choose to read, just like you pick which website you choose to go on."
Dallas has ham red eye.
Well, if they somehow manage to, you know, do the grid and all that stuff, I can always, you know, rely on my backup, the ham radio communications.
Right. Have you got it in a Faraday bag?
I'm sure a lot of people are, you know, have that.
Yeah, but do you have your ham radio in a Faraday cage, Faraday bag? Mine is wrapped up with 3 layers of tin foil, separated by Ziploc bags. So an EMP cannot destroy my ham radio. After the EMP is when I take it out.
I figure that if an EMP goes off, all the repeaters are not protected anyway. They're gonna go down. But I guess you can use it locally.
Colleges, universities, even people like me, ham radio operators, have backups wrapped in Faraday cages. They'll pull them out after the EMP and plug them in and boot them up.
I got a couple dead microwaves I keep stuff in.
Yep. Galvanized steel trash can, ammo box, steel ammo box.
Yeah.
Our dead microwave works real good.
Yeah.
My stuff is not Faraday, but I do have all the items. I guess I should get on that before it actually goes down.
So truck showing the watermark.
There it is. Is that it?
Hey, is that a real 20? Why don't you send it to me for testing?
Shit. That's all I got. But okay, so if I see that watermark, why don't I see this watermark?
Because it has to be done with black light. Go, Chuck.
Okay. All right. I'll get off it pretty soon. It's intriguing to me.
I bet.
But like Jose said, Hey, what's the sense in counting them? You cheat, you lose. How about that?
I could be wrong, tow truck, but this is an educated guess. I believe it's going to have to be a black light to see.
And it's going to be a lot like that. They're going to be arrested. There won't be enough. Remember what I told you months and months, a year ago? There won't be enough of them left to make a difference after the election.
I remember what you said about now, if you would kindly look underneath your chairs, we have in store for you today a special prize.
That's
You've
right.
been served. Just like they do on Oprah. Do it right on the Senate floor.
Right.
So they got. And if you combine their knowledge of where those ballots have been, along with the phone records and trace records of everybody involved, you have no deniability. They have no deniability. They can't lawyer their way out of that shit.
So what was Steve Pachenik talking about when he said a QFS code, block tracing? That's the part I don't understand.
It's a QR
blockchain.
code. What you know is a QR code. It's kind
of blockchain tracing. But is that in the watermark or is that the visible code?
No, that's all in the watermark.
In the watermark, okay.
Molecular kind of stuff, man. It's pretty badass.
Computers have to a person can't read that code. A person can see the watermark. It's in the shape of a crown, a pointed crown.
But that's all they're going to see.
Did you see that image of the watermark tow truck?
It looks like an Imperial with a backwards CA on it.
I think that was just for the state of California.
I saw it from Pachenik.
I think that was just for the state of California, so maybe each state will have the 2-letter state code under it. Now, I'm assuming educated guessing here.
But even if it was, it wouldn't be the letter of the state. It is time for pie.
Oh yeah, blueberry, right?
Yes, blueberry. Here we go.
Okay, yeah, I remember.
It is time.
Come on, Kay.
I'm having liquid pie. Man, I've been so stressed out about this shit. I've just been sleeping for 2 fucking days.
Well, after seeing that video, you shouldn't be stressed out anymore. You know,
I know. That's why I'm posting it, man. It's just like the coolest news. It's a sting. It's a sting up. Stand by, motherfuckers. You're going to jail.
Right. Did he also mention that they're like already in the process of like arresting people or something?
That's what Steve Pachenik said.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He says arrests are being made tonight.
Hey, if all those claims are true, I mean, good Lord, that's amazing.
Man, I don't know. It could be a psyop. I'm just putting a lot of faith in what he says.
I'm still looking for that 14th Amendment.
I don't know his track record, but he's pretty much on top of shit, you know. Yeah. When you're ex-CIA, you're never really ex-CIA. Once you're CIA, you know, he's got handlers. That's why he said, I had to get permission to announce this news. Remember? He said that in the video. He's got handlers. Oh, yeah. He's got people above him telling him, don't talk about this shit for 2 days, all right?
even Natural News, Mike Adams even, you know, put that up as, you know, breaking news. Expert 2020 was a sophisticated sting operation.
I also like praying to God back in the day. That was very interesting also.
Oh, there you go. My faith is not in any man. My faith is in God. All right. I just want to make that crystal clear.
I'm sorry.
I have a little bit of faith in Steve Pachenik, but most of my faith is in God. And this will all work out for the best. Right.
People sometimes lose track of that, but yeah, it all goes back to the GOD.
Did you hear what the president had to say about that, Bruce?
I saw a video earlier tonight,
He said that people were telling him that he was the most popular man on earth.
Oh, that part. Yeah, that was a couple days
He
ago.
said, "No, I'm not. You're talking about God."
He used the word Jesus. Yeah, he's like
Jesus. I'm sorry. Yes,
the most
sir.
popular guy on earth, not me.
That was really cool to hear that.
I've never heard a president ever say that before.
No, I never even heard the word Jesus.
Oh, you won't.
They say Chobits is in the house. Okay, cool.
Yeah, old Trump used the J word. Jesus.
Hurry back, Deborah.
At least he has the presence of mind to give reverence to the Lord.
That's right. You won't hear Joe Biden talking about Jesus. He made a little thing in Scranton, Pennsylvania yesterday where he stopped and talked to 15 people in a parking lot. And he said, God wants us to be unified. That's why I'm running for president. I'm like, you stupid motherfucker. You don't even know God. I mean, that's my perception. I could be wrong. Maybe he prays to something he calls God, but
I say, in my opinion, anybody who is out to sniff children is not on God's side.
No.
That's a good one right there.
Yep.
Especially those that join a party where God's not allowed to be mentioned.
I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, like, you do that crap in public. Ew, that's disgusting. I mean, I'm not giving him any credit to do it in privacy either. I'm just saying, it's like, come on, man.
Right.
Well, if you see that in public, the hair sniffing and titty feeling little girls on stage, that's the tip of the iceberg. That's an indication of what goes on behind closed doors.
And boy, have we learned so much from the laptop from hell. If that's any indication, my gosh, that is wow.
That's the October surprise.
We're getting a lot of talk back from you.
Oh. Is it on my end or his?
It's on tow truck. I just checked it out.
Hi, Kay.
My shit's being retorted. Hi.
Hey, Kay, did you find out if that was a spoofed text or if it's really from the state of Colorado?
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's from the state of Colorado.
Hold on, Jose.
Because all three of us that live in Colorado got it, that are part of the chat.
That doesn't mean anything. It could still be a scam sent out as a massive text.
I'm not doubting that it could be a scam. But it's from the hold on, what's it called? The damn health organization here.
The World Health Organization?
No. Then I'd really think it was a damn scam. I'm just kidding.
Hi, Dennis.
You just got a text about penis pills now, though. I ain't got that one, so
Wow, I've never seen
targeted advertising, though, I'm sure.
Dennis, you have an orange spot in your beard, man.
Yeah, it's got this new camera. I think it's the resolution. I need to knock the resolution down.
Orange man, good.
It's like it's almost like a green screen your beard.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think it might be something to do with his glasses too, because it's doing it on his glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's take the glasses off. Oh, still doing it.
Yeah, still doing it.
On the beard.
Could it be like a color option? It's too rich or something? Nope, that's not
going.
So Dennis, have you heard the breaking news, man?
That's weird. Okay.
Ex-CIA Steve Picinich just announced that all the ballots were secretly watermarked. So now they're going to be able to test which ones are fake duplicates. If they don't have the watermark, they're fake illegal ballots.
If, like he says, it's done through a computer, all that should be done in one day.
Why bother?
I don't know.
Cheat, you lose.
Yeah, you cheat, you lose.
I agree. I can't stand this whole thing has been, well, you guys all know it's been driving me up the damn wall.
But yeah, knowing that we're not out here going crazy all without any hope, that there are good people on the job. That's
hey, Queen and I were ready to head to DC. I'm not fucking kidding.
Hey, you ain't kidding. I know a lot of people that was jumping, loading magazines.
We
and
were
shit.
like, how do we like organize this? Let's figure out how we fucking go, because I'm not sitting around and letting them do this to us.
Right, exactly.
I saw a
Hey,
video. There's a
there's
bunch of people
what's
in
happening, bro?
Philadelphia right now crowding around the city hall building, and they're praying. They're on one knee praying, like a peaceful
Hey,
protest
Tobin.
should be.
How's it going, Chobits?
Hey, it's going well, guys. Good to see you.
Hey, Jobits, good to see you, man.
You know,
Oh shit, I used the word banned. Now I'm banned in the state of California.
I think we need a constitutional amendment making it treason to commit voter fraud, and treason carries the death penalty.
It already is, like treason.
I second that motion.
It's a violation of public trust. It is a violation of your oath of office, and
It's treason. Right.
Yeah.
Subversion of the process is treason. It's already in the Constitution.
So we get to hang the motherfucker?
And it has a described remedy. It's called death by hanging until dead.
Or firing squad. Both have been used for treason.
Can we do both?
Yeah, dude, making pinatas, just hang them up and shoot them.
Sorry.
You gotta swing him to check your marksmanship.
Yeah. Look, Dennis, I don't think we've ever spoken on the street. I think I might have sent you the link via YouTube a couple of days back. Or I know I've put out so many freaking links in this last week. Not kidding.
I think we were on at the same time a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you said, the cheap, they lose. It's like
If it's proven, it's a done deal. It's over with.
And you know what? What works for us is they never learn their lesson.
Yeah, never.
They
get
caught for every time.
Not until they're behind bars. When they're behind bars.
If they plan that well, they should have. They should have. I would expect they've also planned a way to prosecute and move on it, and move on it then prosecute. So.
Right. Well, no need for indictment.
Right.
No, there's no time for that.
Right. No.
There's no time. I mean,
charges.
seriously. I mean, this is a serious matter. There's, skip all that stuff. Just go to the evidence and look. Okay.
It's going to break down like this. They're going to get arrested. They're going to be incarcerated. And then they're going to be given their charges. And then they're going to find out that it's not in a district or federal court. It's in a military tribunal.
Gitmo,
Bikini Atoll, or the Marshall Islands. You pick.
Yeah, did you hear that, Obama?
Yeah, buddy. Because guess what? They ain't bringing none of those bastards out all the way to the States from New Zealand. Those crazy bastards, they're to dig them out of their holes.
One of my scenarios actually happened. They're going to drag out this vote. Additionally, my worry is they for some possible reason might be able to drag this out until January 20th, and then per Constitution, who's next in line? Speaker of the House.
Nancy
Pelosi. Yeah, but she's into this deep personally as well. Okay, so she's not going to be able to, operate in handcuffs. Right. And those bracelets ain't for bling, baby.
Which is
they should throw in a gavel so she can pound on her jail bench with it.
Right.
Pelosi should be the first one arrested.
What were you saying, Sasha?
No, I was just agreeing. Yeah, and I do agree with you, Bruce. I mean, she's been the fire starter, from the beginning.
Well, Obama, I'll change that. Obama should be the first one arrested for treason.
Well, I mean, technically,
he's not a citizen of the United States. He should have never been president. He's a foreign terrorist dictator.
If we're going to go there, why not the Clintons as well?
Same thing.
Of course.
Well, that's the thing. Hillary should have been in prison a long time ago. The problem is there's two types of justice, one for them and one for us. Well, it's strange that Hillary's not in prison.
Yeah, that's absurd. Yeah, I don't give a fuck if she was president's wife and Secretary of State, the senator. Bullshit.
The question asked is why? Why wasn't she ever prosecuted? I don't understand that. I understand what's going on at the top, but again, there seems to be two types of justice: one for the regular people, one for the elites.
Because it's not who you know; it's who you blow.
So Lewinsky should be home free on anything.
Oh, good old Monica, huh? Good old Monica.
Hey, she looks pretty good nowadays. I'd bang her.
No.
That's funny. Oh my goodness!
I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
I don't know. I mean, you know, Clinton's been on that, so I don't know if I want to any piece of that. So
it's tainted. No shit. But yeah, this is good news. Great night. I'm gonna have me a Lucas float.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Joe Bits, it's been a while. I've always chatted with you on the Discord, but this is, I think, first time actually seeing you face to face. So.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a little while since we talked.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
Yep. My favorite Russian.
There you go. You remember Sasha from Russia. Yeah. How's it going, Battery?
I've been hearing some news that a lot of the actually the ballots were watermarked, and the illegal ones are not.
Yeah, I was it. Steve Pachenik broke that.
Now, well, this would be on a state by state basis. What basis or what state are we talking about?
I don't know. I heard it involved Trump.
Right now, Pennsylvania is the major clusterfuck.
So they have watermark ballots in Pennsylvania?
Well, according to Steve Pachenik, they're all across the nation. All about.
Yeah, I was going to say it would have to be a national movement, not just a state. Okay.
Dennis, you see the link? I'll post it again in the chat room. If you're with Sick Pat YouTube channel, there's the video. You can listen to it right from the horse's mouth.
Okay. Yeah, the major media is still saying Trump is saying voter fraud with no proof. They're still beating that drum.
Hey, Battery.
It'll be interesting to see if this really breaks.
Yeah, because all the videos and everything aren't proof.
No.
Yeah, but this is a CIA agent speaking directly to the camera on that video. It's not a fake video.
I forgot. I got to check out the new Project Veritas video that dropped about an hour ago or so.
Oh yeah, with the USPS thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deborah. I do my part. I'm a keyboard warrior.
It looks like my glasses are just reflecting the screen in front of me.
I mean, people cut down keyboard warriors, but
down here.
Don't forget
polarized, fancy schmancy.
Don't forget that knowledge is power. We spread knowledge when we are keyboard warriors, right? I also can pick up a gun and shoot people too, but
that takes knowledge. That takes knowledge.
Yeah. I don't want to go there unless I have to. It's not trigger time yet.
Well, looks like that knowledge just stopped with that person you just shot.
Yeah, I don't want to shoot anybody unless I have to.
Yep, I don't either. I hope it doesn't come to that point because I really don't want to. Yeah, I don't want.
We got several new people.
That's part of the reason why I kind of moved outside the city limits as well. So when stuff, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does go down, I can just skedaddle country roads and get out.
That means head for the hills, head for the wilderness. That's my plan.
Yeah, I got a plane with some buddies. They're in the country, so.
I only got one buddy. His name's Jesus.
Hey, amen to that.
Go up the wizard's place.
I can't trust anybody else. I kind of think I'm on a team, but they say, well, if the shit is the fan, you'll get a phone call. So I'm not going to sit around and wait for a phone call. When the shit is the fan, I'm out of here. You'll probably never see me again until you get a hug from me in heaven. To be honest. Yeah.
If war breaks out, we may be seeing each other in heaven.
That's right.
Yeah. I'll take quite a few of them with me.
I'm ready, though. I'm ready.
You're not coming with me to heaven.
We're going to go sometime. I'm too old to run and gun. I'm dug in.
I'll take out some of them evil bastards with me. They're going to go the other direction.
Battery, what you been up to today, man?
Well, I got hired for a job yesterday, and we finished the job in one day. It was supposed to be 2 days. Yeah.
Sweet.
Worked too fast.
Technology?
No, it was something temporary.
So were you charging hourly or just a flat rate for the job?
It was hourly. It was supposed to be 8 hours yesterday and maybe 4 today. But we did it all in 8 hours. Well, actually,
you screwed it all up.
But we got paid for the full 8.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
And
check out this job. My buddy, who's a real serious tech guru, he's the head engineer for all the servers for IBM in the state of North Carolina. All he has to do is sit home with his pager, and he gets paid 24/7, 365 just to sit home and watch his something. If the server goes down, they page him. He comes in and fixes it. That's a fucking job. Right?
So that
Voodoo Donuts.
So was that who you did work for? Did you make a sign?
My old Navy buddy.
That is a premier donut shop in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, Battery.
Oh,
so you're working in a donut shop?
I wouldn't recommend them.
That's work.
Krispy Kreme's better.
Hey, work,
nothing can beat Krispy Kreme.
Hey, the world needs ditch diggers too now, because I am one. All right, in my younger days.
I worked for a plumbing company for a while.
Yeah, I've done just about every job there is.
And we were the job we were doing is we were replacing sewer line.
That's gotta suck.
Man, I was so tired at the end of the day. It's like, I don't want to be a plumber. Not this kind of plumber.
A job is a job. I salute you.
Too hard to work.
I salute you, sir.
Over 40 years old, that's too hard.
Yeah, they say I'm unemployable now, technically, with my spine injury. I can't even get a job as a Walmart greeter. They're like, you're overqualified.
Truth or Talk.
Yeah.
I just got a notification from Truth or Talk. It says, will Joe Biden, or will Joe finally call it? He's already claiming one.
I need to put in my earbuds. I couldn't hear what you said, Battery.
See if I can bring it back up.
I don't think Joe Biden will ever concede.
The question is, who's pulling his strings?
Oh, here we go. Will Sleepy Joe call it? Truth or Talk?
If he does end up in the White House, he's there for a year or two until Hillary decides that she wants to be president through Kamala Harris.
Well, Actually, we'll have Kamala Harris and Vice President Pelosi.
So let's say they drag this out. Let's say they drag this out, and this goes to Congress to decide who's going to be president, and every state sends a delegation to vote on it. So this thing's going into Congress, and the Democrats hold up the process in Congress as far as selecting a president. And so it gets kicked to the Supreme Court. Trump's term is over. So he's no longer president. Pence is no longer vice president. So who would be the interim president? Pelosi, since she's next in line?
Yep.
Yes.
So then they could just keep holding that up, and Pelosi could just be president forever.
But can you filibuster during a presidential selection? I don't think that's allowed.
No.
Nothing's going to get done anyway with Republicans control the Senate. They'll block Biden. I'm worried about gun control now. Nothing will get done anyway. If Pelosi ends up president under those situations that you say, we're dead in the water. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
And the public won't let that go for long at all.
I don't know. A lot of the public is, they're pretty much just zombies at this point.
Yeah, just takes enough to wake up the zombies.
Yeah.
Some zombies wake up sooner than others.
I picked these before the frost. They're starting to turn red.
Nice.
Oh, well, what are those?
Tomatoes.
Oh, nice.
Green cherry tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
Awesome.
Tomatoes.
I love homegrown tomatoes.
I still have one plant producing.
It's
got tomatoes. You slice it and put it on your hamburger. It covers the whole thing. And they're hybrid.
Nothing better than
Perfect.
to eat your own grown food. So that's good stuff.
Yeah, Tanya was a zombie for Halloween. She sent me a photo. She's wearing a pin that says, "Ask me about my lobotomy."
What's that old saying? I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy.
And then wear a Joe Biden button. That'll top it off.
And she was wearing that pin at work too, didn't you, Tanya? Sorry. She had all kinds of pins on there.
Pelosi, isn't she like? How old is that woman? I mean, she's not even.
She's old enough.
Yeah, the amazing thing is, years ago she was pretty hot. She was banging JFK when she was a teenager. They were having an affair.
Who? What?
Pelosi and JFK. He was banging. He was tagging that. She was pretty hot when she was young.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of hard to imagine.
Well, people age in different ways.
Yeah.
Some get saggy, and some don't.
Well, I'm saying that because of her evil ways.
Yeah, I was drinking buddy with this guy in Tennessee. He was a hillbilly, toothless hillbilly, but he's a pretty smart guy. But one day we were watching the news. This was just like 7 years ago. And he goes, "You know what? I think Nancy Pelosi's kind of hot." And I spit out my beer. I was like, "What the fuck?"
That's
He's
funny.
like, "Yeah, really? I think she's kind of hot." And I'm like, "All right, man. Just thanks for sharing."
Must have been a long time since rock and roll for him.
Yeah. No, he had a girlfriend. Well,
Was it?
in Tennessee, technically his wife, because they lived together. I think if you live together more than 2 years, you're technically married in Tennessee. Yep.
That's
As I said
weird.
before, if Russia invades, it has nothing to do with it.
Is that really Nancy Pelosi?
Yep.
Gosh, she was good looking at some time, huh?
Yeah, I think she was allegedly 17 at the time.
That was before she became possessed.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
I never heard of that about JFK before.
Yeah, same here.
He was a womanizer.
Oh yeah, he was banging all kinds of beautiful women.
And children.
Underage teenage girls like Nancy.
Nancy Pelosi.
We know he did Marilyn Monroe, right?
It's just
Joe Boots. We know he did Marilyn Monroe, right?
Oh yeah.
As you can see, it messed her up.
Yeah, but that's crazy. It kind of makes me wonder, like, where along her life did she go wrong? Oh, I guess it's politics, right?
Yeah, that'll turn you evil pretty quick.
That'll do a number.
And we know Marilyn Monroe did porn flick. I've seen it, actually. It's kind of disgusting.
Was it? Didn't Marilyn suicide?
Well, it's debatable.
That's the story we're told.
Well, you know, they did JFK in, so...
Maybe it was Jackie
Marilyn, too.
taking care of the bimbo eruptions. Oh.
Marilyn probably knew secrets that JFK told her, and somebody snuffed her. That's my theory.
She got suicided. Huh?
Pillow talk, you know. Presidents leak shit out when they're in bed that they shouldn't be talking about, and Marilyn probably heard it, and they snuffed her before she could say anything. Sad thought.
I think Hillary was in on the crew, and she learned some lessons there on how to suicide people.
Maybe.
Or, as they famously say, Arkansas.
So, I haven't heard that one. But neither one. Well, actually, Bill's from Arkansas. Hillary's actually from New York.
So
really?
It should be, the phrase should be, they got New York. Too.
I thought Hillary was from Arkansas.
No.
What is that over there?
To do with that place?
I think I know what's going on. I instead of a green screen, I got this other background on my camera controller, and I think it's bleeding through the live. I think somehow it's activated in the live video. Okay. This is actually a green pepper, but it's interesting as I move it, you can see bricks.
That is a cool looking green pepper.
Okay. I thought there for a second that my supper had some psychedelics in it or something.
Yeah, I was thinking you had a green screen behind you.
Yeah, he's on a green screen.
It's not a green screen. It's a background, and it shouldn't be there when I do the live streaming. I just a brand new camera. I just got it up for the. I just got it up on the
webcams have green screen built in. You might want to check your camera settings.
I remember selecting a background. I
don't know because mine's not that fancy, but that's what I heard. Some webcams have green screen built in.
Oh, it does have a green screen built in, but you also can select different backgrounds. Mm-hmm. And I selected the background that's bleeding. It's even bleeding through on the video right now. See it flashing in and out orange.
What kind of camera have you got?
So a Logitech Brio. I'm trying to get set up. I got to set up lighting and all that.
Yeah, I've got an old Logitech. It's about 10 years old.
Yeah, it's usually pretty good.
You got a new one, right?
The guy with the Kennedy picture from Pelosi. What's your name? Mm-hmm. I can't read that.
Chobits.
Chobits? Oh, okay.
That one. Yeah.
All right.
Dang, that's a trip.
Oh, there it is.
It's blowing my mind, man.
What is that?
It's a charger.
Oh.
So if she was 16, that basically means JFK is a pedophile.
Yeah, she was 16. I think she was 17.
It's still illegal to have sex with a 17-year-old.
Well, I don't know. Back then, I don't think there were any laws against it.
I think there were.
Well, there should have been.
Depends on which state. Yeah.
Yeah, they really didn't. They really didn't start passing those laws in most places until late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
I think Arizona is okay with it as long as you're
So in the 70s, prior to that, apparently they thought it was okay, but in the 70s, they're like, you know what? Maybe getting getting together with underage children is not such a good idea.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Define underage.
Hey, Chobin, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
You got a badass setup behind you. You got all these rigs and all this
Oh, I got
and shit, man. You look like you're sitting in
that
Star Trek.
Yeah, that actually is a background, a picture of my rig that I just set up on my that just set as my background for the stream. But yeah, that's actually my setup back there.
Right. Like no shit.
Dude, how many computers have you got?
You got how much RGB lighting do you have over there?
More
That's
than
a
enough.
desktop PC. I see all lit up inside with plexiglass.
My goodness.
I got one. Right? I used to have one that like 20 years ago.
Yeah, those are $3,000 rigs.
Oh hell yeah, that's badass.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, what do you do with that? I mean, you have you do a show and everything, right?
I haven't really done any serious streaming in about 4 years.
Oh wow!
But I mostly just futz around.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, dude, it's like you're over there jamming. You got all this rig and stuff.
I told you to make tea with that catnip. Don't be smoking it.
You set up where you could be scalping stocks.
That's funny.
Oh, I've created a monster.
I'm curious, in terms of graphics, do you got the 280s over there? 280i?
2080 Ti.
Oh,
so that's green screen behind you.
No, that's the green. I don't have a green screen. Actually, the green screening is done with NVIDIA Broadcast.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely have some serious graphics power, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, we need to talk because we can hook you up, man. We'll do some little production. We'll get you on the screen. We'll have you pay-per-viewing the Patriot trials and shit like that. Right. No
That's
shit.
Bruce's audio image cracks me up. Was it Bruce?
Yeah. He's Bruce Wayne.
The Batman.
The Batman.
I think you should Photoshop your beard onto it.
That would be the shit, Bruce. What's that?
Michelle's alive right now too.
CBG marijuana bud. Come in this glass jar.
Oh yeah, it's the non-THC stuff. Yeah.
Well, 0.5%. I actually catch a small buzz off of it. Oh, and by the way, here's some good news. The state of Montana is 2/3 yes votes counted now to decriminalize marijuana for recreational purposes. Woohoo!
Speaking of that, Trump probably could have picked up an extra 50 million votes or so if he had just decriminalized marijuana federally.
Yeah, I know.
Wizard, I might have to pay a visit since you're not that far away now.
I'll be back.
I just got a whole lot closer, didn't I? Well, you're welcome down, brother. You're welcome down.
Good deal.
Right. Just hook it up. Yeah, no, it's yeah. Right. Next year's gonna be beautiful. It'll be good next year. Yeah, we're just getting things started here this year. We got a first year garden in. We did pretty good with. But like I said, we're having to remediate the soil a little bit. We just moved like 2.5 tons of sand over the last week or so, couple weeks, and got it all in there. We got all the fences tore out today, all the posts and stuff. So we're getting ready to fill it all in for the winter.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah,
Can you believe this shit, Wizard? This is $30 a gram.
No shit.
30 fucking. I get a 10% discount for being a veteran. But
Man, I picked the wrong career. Good lord.
Right now you can grow him.
I should have.
But it helps my
Our
pain.
friends always telling me, why don't you just go in a drug business?
But I'm here to tell you guys, this shit actually works.
Hey, didn't Oregon just legalize mushrooms in this election?
I heard.
I think they did.
I think Oregon legalized everything, didn't they?
Yeah.
Everything.
Heroin.
Everything. Wow.
Cocaine.
Shit.
Yep. They
They
legalized.
criminalized everything and legalized mushrooms. California legalized pedophilia.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they did.
Wait, are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yep.
Not kidding.
Is it in Pelosi's district? Is that
The whole
I think
fucking
it was
state,
the
dude.
It was
the
the
whole
state thing.
state? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, folks, keep your kids out of California. That's all I can say.
Right. Right.
Fuck out of college, fuck you.
Unbelievable.
Get the fuck out. Just don't bring your politics to Montana.
Wow.
See, that's what they're doing.
Now, a lot of them going to go to Utah.
And Idaho. Yep.
Well, the reason they go into Utah is because they can marry multiple people.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
with
that,
the Mormons.
yeah, the Mormons or something.
They legalize polygamy. Yeah.
And I'm reading that that's misinformation.
Really?
As far as the legalization of pedophilia, let me post up a link. Yeah,
Well, it had to do with like 14 or 13 or something like that.
Really? They lower the age to that?
Yeah, because the age of consent. Yeah.
Yeah, you got all those gay men out there that like to have sex with young teenage boys, and they just have to legalize it.
Well, you know what? We can force all the drag, weirdos over all to California. They can all go there and leave all the other states and schools alone.
Yeah, you remember that movie, Escape from L.A.?
Yeah.
Kurt Russell.
I had a crazy idea along those lines. What if you had segregation by ideology?
Right. Gays over here.
Exactly. You want to live that kind of life? Leave it over there.
Yeah, the LBGTQ, whatever the fuck, 1, 2, 3 ABCs. You guys motherfuckers over there. Okay.
California can be socialist and gay, and they can see how well they do.
Right.
They can actually secede from the rest of the United States, and we can transition all the weirdos to California. All the drag queens.
They're not the only flavor weirdo though. You're gonna have to have like 4 or 5 sections.
But you got to consider this: 1/3 of the United States economy comes from California.
Well, crap.
Oh well.
Yep.
Guess what?
Well, if we force the average American to start rolling back into the farming life, we wouldn't have to rely so much.
That's where that 1/3. Well, no, it's technology and fruits and vegetables.
Well, the
technology. Start planting gardens. Start planting and watering gardens and not lawns.
Right. Exactly.
Make it a law in every state where every house owner is required to grow a garden and provide food for themselves.
That's not freedom, dude.
That's not freedom.
Well, I guess that's leaning towards
original. Sorry. Yeah. No.
I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna force it. I'm just brainstorming.
But what happens is you have to be totalitarian to fight totalitarianism.
Well, no, you just turn around. It's suggested that the average family have at least, this much area in the garden per person in the household. It's a good idea. That's it.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Or how about this? You cannot vote unless you show your gardening card.
Dude, wouldn't that be something? You just all these illegals are gardening up the butt. It's just that would be fun.
You rent a Mexican, so
they're like, wait, all we need is a garden? Dude, I'm at it. Yeah.
Right. Dude, Americans used to have pool boys. Now they got garden guys.
Dude, I'll be growing those turnips like no one's business.
Right. Do microgreens count?
You get a micro card.
The microgreens.
That's hilarious.
But seriously, guys, this whole shit that we're in right now could all have been prevented if they simply required photo ID to vote. I tried to show.
Necessary, Bruce. Every bit of it was necessary.
What do you mean?
Every bit of it is necessary in order to expose all the evil and eliminate them.
But don't you agree we should show photo ID to vote?
Yeah, I believe that. I believe if I've got to show it to fucking drive a car, yeah, you should have to.
Right.
Okay, you should have to show
none
it
of this shit that we're seeing today would even be happening. There would be no fake ballots. You had to show up in person, show your photo ID, mark a paper ballot with a pencil.
Have the signature match.
Well, you know, back in the day, they did thumbprints.
Oh yeah, I never heard that.
Yeah, they had either you did it with an X with a pencil, or because you made your mark. Maybe you couldn't spell and you didn't know how to write, but you always marked, and that's how you marked your stuff you made.
If you were illiterate, a thumbprint.
Right. So they put down their mark, or they would put their thumb.
An X. They made an X on the paper.
Well, thumbprints have been around for a long damn time too.
Yeah. But still, you're in person, and people that are running the polls can recognize you if you come back again later in the day.
Sure.
They go, I saw you. You put down an X earlier. You can't.
You're trying to cheat. Right.
Yeah.
But if they put the thumbprint down, you don't even got to sign the paper. Just put your thumbprint on it, and boom. Don't need no fucking chip in my fucking arm or my head.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I came in without a chip. I plan on leaving without a chip. So yeah, forget that.
Right. But here's the thing, man. I've got a titanium rod in my spine that's got a serial number on it right now.
Oh well, yeah. I think in that circumstance, that's understandable. Yeah, because I'm assuming that's how they.
But what if that serial number had 666 in a row?
If that's the case, I would have woke up from surgery and be like, pick a new item. Or a different serial number or something.
If it's got a barcode, you're fucked. Okay.
Questions I have.
Well,
I mean, all they told me was it was a piece of titanium. I didn't know until after the surgery that they put serial numbers on those fuckers.
I forgot which is stronger, titanium or tungsten.
Titanium.
Okay.
But I tell you what, man, I was just like, after seeing that video, I was like, yes.
Yeah, it's great news.
I didn't know how. Because it sure wasn't, I know what I've said for the last couple of years. Because I've been talking to you guys about this stuff. And I was like, man, I don't know how, but I'm sitting there looking at the numbers earlier today, and I'm sitting there going, it's sitting right here. The Democrats don't have the majority yet on anything, on the Senate, on the House. Okay, they don't have the majorities. Yeah, and if these states get turned back, like Michigan and Wisconsin, they got even less numbers than they got in the Senate, in the House. But guess what? That changes the numbers that much more. The Republicans are going to end up with the majority in the House, majority in the Senate, and Trump in the White House.
Not this go around, but maybe by midterms.
No, that's go around, bro. Right here. You're watching.
If that's true,
you're watching it.
We'll see.
They roll back the fraud in the 5 states where they stole the elections. Well, guess what? That motherfucking ballot didn't just have Biden on it.
Yeah, and they didn't do well as far as the House anyway. They were thinking they were going to gain their quote blue wave was a blue dud. They didn't make the gains that they thought they were going to make.
Is that
So even with cheating, didn't do well.
Is that Alex Jones?
Yeah, he's live in Phoenix right now.
And if those fraudulent ballots get overturned, guess what? They got 100,000 votes less each.
Huckleberry just posted breaking news. Maricopa County, Arizona just released 73,000 votes. So now Trump is at 57%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on. I want to check something out here.
All we need is Michigan now. Hey, Wizard, can you put Chobits on full screen, please?
Hold on a second. Yep. I was just.
Give me a minute. Let me get my stuff set up right.
Yeah. Alex is pissed. Oh, he's wearing a sleeveless T-shirt too.
Well, you know
wife beater.
Serious business when he's wearing that shirt. Yeah, he's ready for war.
Chobits, turn on the audio. You got Alex.
All right. Yeah. 1 second. Oh, hang on. My mixer's screwed up. Hang on. I gotta fix it. I'm sorry.
It's all good. We all have tech problems sometimes. What? Tanya, President Trump won't talk about his ass. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, give me a minute. I'll get it sorted.
It's all good, man. Thank you for the update. Oh shit, I said man again. Now I'm banned in the state of California.
Come on, man.
You know that, right? If you say man or woman in the Senate of California, you are banned. You're no longer allowed to speak. You're kicked out of the state legislature. That's a law they passed last year. Fuck California, man. God, they're so fucked in the head.
I was lucky to have visited California like a couple of years ago. It was pretty neat, the environment, but I wouldn't want to go back.
Oh, I lived there for about 3 years in the 80s because I was just on an adventure. I wanted to go, live everywhere I could before I got old.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we're all going to get there.
So it says he narrowed the lead after 57% of the latest Maricopa County data dump. So after 50% of the count of Maricopa, he's narrowed the lead, but Biden's still ahead.
According to the fake votes. Right.
Are those 73,000 released? Were those part of the legal votes or?
Who the fuck knows?
No one knows.
No shit.
Of the 74,000 votes, 50% went to Trump and 42% went to Biden. I think he needs like 60% or so to go to. He's trailing Biden now by 46,257 votes.
Hey, Chubbits, can you at least post a link in Sick Pat's YouTube chat?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'm having technical problems right now.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Was it Arizona? So far, they say 90% of the state is reported in. Okay.
Hey, Wizard, you're muted. Wizard, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, shit. No wonder. But the other 3 counties that haven't reported are red. Okay. Now, and you add those numbers up, he's like 60, almost 70,000 votes ahead in those, if you add up those 3 states, those 3 counties.
Hope so.
No. That's what it says on the reporting.
What link? Post a link.
It's just Fox News. I was just looking at the Fox. Yeah. Fox News site.
FoxNews.com.
It looks like Alex Jones is done speaking, so Right Side Broadcasting is interviewing people right now.
RSB.
Roger. Alex blew his wad. Now he's going to go home and get drunk.
He blew a gasket.
He's probably already drunk.
Shoot, if I'd known he was going out there, I would have been ready to have this thing streaming. Oh well.
Oh man, next time.
Yep.
There will be a recording. You can replay it later.
Yeah, we'll get you back into that broadcast mode. No time.
That's the thing about the internet. Once it's on the internet, it's always on the internet.
So Jobits could be our man in the control room kind of thing.
Too late.
So what? We're no, I'm serious. I'm really I don't know how much credence to give this information, but we'll see. We'll see. That's the way I look at it. We'll see.
I guess we'll find out soon enough if Steve is for real or not.
Yeah, we will. Because if what he says
real soon, because how he presented that, things are happening really quick. So we shall see.
Well, I do know that we'll be happy and having a wonderful Thanksgiving. This will all be over the week before Thanksgiving.
Man, I hope you're right, because I'm predicting civil war by Thanksgiving.
Oh, it ain't gonna be none of that.
I hope
They
so.
don't have any clue. They don't. These guys, they can't get out of their element.
Well, I tell you what, for Thanksgiving, I would rather be hunting turkeys instead of people. So,
right? That's a good thought. That's right there. It's like that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I don't want to use my claymores yet.
I bet they're not cheap either.
You all have a good night. I'm gonna break away.
Oh, okay, Dennis. Well, thank you for coming up, sir.
Good meeting you, Sasha.
Yeah.
Take care, Bruce. Smiley face.
Good night, Dennis.
CHOB, whatever that
is.
Chobits.
Bye.
How's it going there, Smiley face?
What's up?
Dude, what happens to a turkey after a claymore?
That's what I want to know. I want to see a demonstration of defensive use of a claymore.
that would be pretty funny.
I got a question for you. Do claymores age well?
Oh, newer ones age well because like plastic explosives are pretty non-reactive, hard to detonate.
Right.
Yeah, but the older ones, I don't think so. I think they are a little bit unstable.
Do they sweat
get
like
1.1 watt or 1.1 volt? Yeah, they're fucked.
You could be a volt off, and it could be a disaster.
Yeah, well, negative doesn't go anywhere. Click, 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 click. For those of you that know how to claymore,
do you know how to detonate the claymore?
Yeah, D-cell battery.
You just rub two sticks together. It might take a few hours.
It might take a few hours.
What?
It's easy.
That was over my head.
What if you're naked in the woods with only a claymore?
Yeah.
And nothing to detonate it with.
Good one, smiley face.
You just rub it through your hair, and static electricity will set it off.
Right. You got a balloon?
I don't know.
Rub it on your head.
Close to your head.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
That was a good one, smiley face.
Oh my God, that's funny. Good.
The fire wizard. We're talking to a guy that's probably actually detonated a claymore, right, Wizard?
Yeah, I have.
Could one go off if you set a fire under it? It gets hot.
I think his lawyer would tell him just to not talk about it.
I bet it would go
It
off.
depends on was it in the military or out of the military.
I bet if you threw a claymore on a campfire.
Now we're talking pyrotechnic, 101.
Yeah. 4th of July. That was one heck of a 4th of July.
I bet if you threw a claymore on a campfire, that fucker would go boom.
So look, it's apparently illegal. Fireworks are mostly illegal in New York City, right? This 4th of July was the craziest. People were launching the little mortar shells off of rooftops. That's very illegal, but nobody was listening.
Of course.
It was wild.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere. It's illegal in my town.
Yeah, freedom breaks out.
Setting off like 10-pound black powder bombs in my neighborhood. Yeah, I thought my window was going to shatter at one point.
Yep. That's what happened here.
Yeah, when freedom breaks out, everybody knows it.
Yeah, that's right.
we may not be at war, but it sure sounds like it.
Man, I got neighbors here still popping out fireworks like every other day.
Well, I'm gonna be as soon as they say President Trump has been elected, our next president, I'm gonna hit the container and have a whole shitload of fireworks out.
And it's just a matter of time. Once all the Democrat, corruption comes to light within a week, they'll be like, "Oh crap!" So, and Trump will be in, hopefully. Let's hope they're not so stupid as to, go all the way in, before they're exposed. So.
Well, Trump announced tonight, live from the White House, that he has filed several lawsuits in many states challenging the vote counting. And that will take days. And then it will go to the Supreme Court, and then it will go to Congress. Yeah.
My question is, how long is all that going to take?
I hope before Christmas. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas.
Because from one
that's racist.
Yeah. Okay, I'm dreaming of an orange Christmas.
Orange. Nice.
I'm dreaming of an orange Christmas, motherfuckers. Take that.
Oh, man. I'm looking at a red, white, and blue Christmas.
This shit better be fixed by Christmas, or Christmas is going to suck.
Dude, we're going to be fine by Thanksgiving. Stop worrying.
So,
I'm thinking we should be fine, before the end of November, for sure.
Yeah, we're going to be fine come Thanksgiving, and we're going to have a real reason to be thankful. Life without this evil, without this corruption, and without this overlord sense of ownership, bunch of bastards. We're going to have real reason to be thankful for Thanksgiving. And Christmas.
I'm thankful if I just have a turkey in the fucking oven. Seriously, if
you're going to be on a fucking beach on the East Coast, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so if you get down and out, I'm just telling you people, I'm just talking to everybody.
Hey, there's
down and out, and you're sad and depressed because things aren't going your way. Eat some food. Be glad you have some food to eat. Be glad you have a roof over your head.
Be humble and be grateful.
Yeah. Count your small blessings, because they're big. Because I've been homeless, man. I've slept under a fucking bridge in the cold, shivering, on the rocks, on the dirt, with no blanket, no sleeping bag. And once you've been in that kind of situation, you appreciate a turkey in the oven. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. But you know what? If I ever became homeless, I would build me a house on wheels out of pallets.
Well, a bridge is my house. You got a concrete roof.
I would build a house on wheels out of pallets, and it would be. Okay. I wouldn't be homeless anymore.
I want to see the video.
I'd be selling that shit in no time, and build me a better one.
Hey, this is the land of opportunity. You can start selling them.
Exactly. Here, a couple $100 to this homeless guy over here. Okay, here you go. You got a place, and you got a place to put food and be out the window. Right. Hell, I keep you out of the weather. Right.
All right, gentlemen, I got to call it a night. Thanks for having me on the stream.
All right,
Have a good night and God bless.
Thank you for coming up, man. Rest well, Patriot.
Hurry
Take
back.
care. Take care,
Hurry
gentlemen.
back, man.
Rock and roll, man. I'm telling you, like it's homelessness is just a give up. Okay,
Well, you don't know
you've
my
been beaten
story.
around, you've been beaten up, and you just that's what that is.
I was only there for 3 months, so I got out of that situation as fast as I could.
They gave me 18 days to get out of my house. I'd been in 14 years, raised my children, my family.
But you want to hear my story?
Never missing a payment, and they put me in the street, dude.
Yep.
Okay, I know what it's like, but you know what? Lord opened up a window, he slammed that door in my face and opened up another one. And I made the best.
That's what happened to me. Well, you don't know my story, man.
No, but I'm saying I've become a professional lemonade maker.
I was a hurricane refugee, Hurricane Bob's truck, and it destroyed. And my brother said, "Get on the motorcycle," and I'm like, "Okay."
Yours was a natural disaster. Mine was a bank.
And we went to California with no money and just a slight plan to stay with a relative that we'd never met before. Only my brother had spoken to this relative on the phone. And so we both get kicked out of her place real quick. And I'm sleeping up under a bridge. That's how fast it can happen, dude. A disaster. Yep. It's called a fucking hurricane. Okay, it's not a choice that you make. It's an act of God.
And then you start building a house on wheels.
Then some dude threw a 200-year-old typewriter up under the bridge while I was asleep. And I took that fucking typewriter to the pawn shop. He's like, "This is an antique and it's still in working condition. I'll give you $20 for it." I'm like, "Hell yeah."
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if you just had to pick up cans and hang out at bars until they throw their cans away.
So then I turned right around and I gave him $5 worth of that 20 for a big old hunting knife. And I was wearing it on my hip because the Mexicans in California were not fucking around. They were threatening me every day. I'd walk to the food. I'd walk to the shelter to eat, and they'd be standing there in the park going, "White boy, I'm going to cut your fucking throat." And I started wearing that fucking hunting knife on my hip, and I was like, "Bring it." And they shut the fuck up to me. They never said another fucking word.
Yeah.
I was like, "Bring it."
I'll be right back.
Okay.
That's a true story.
Well.
And then I got a job as a janitor in a big mega church in California, and I earned enough money staying at the homeless shelter. I just kept putting my paychecks in the bank account until I had enough money to afford an apartment. Yep. And I got off the street. That's how you do it. Just little things, just a tiny little typewriter thrown under a bridge. I don't even know who threw it there, but it wasn't there the day before. I woke up and I was like, "Damn, that's a typewriter."
The one crazy thing is that they're trying to make that even harder to do to get off the streets. The rents are like skyrocketing.
Yeah.
So especially here in New York City, if you end up on the streets here in New York City, it's going to be rough. And what I hear at the homeless shelters here, it's dangerous. They say it's worse than a prison.
Oh, dude, it's always dangerous in a homeless shelter. Always. Doesn't matter where. Yeah. Doesn't matter where it is. And I've been through a couple of them. Yeah, big city homeless shelters. You don't even want to drive within a 4-block area.
No.
Nope. Been there, done that. Scared as shit.
Smiley Face, you're in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York City.
Very nice. I've never been to the East Coast. Interesting.
Yeah.
I spent
Lucky
3
you.
days in New York City.
No, I lived in Texas before. I lived in Texas for a little while before. I'm from New York, but I lived in Texas for a while, and I really liked it out there. And then I come back here, and the contrast is just extreme.
Okay.
The people out in Texas are like straight talkers, right?
Oh yeah.
Over here, it's not so much. Everybody is very careful with. I could tell like everybody in New York City is very careful what they say. You can't say certain things. I had to basically relearn how to adapt to where I grew up in.
Oh yeah.
The people in New York are crazy.
Honesty is not a virtue in this neighborhood.
Okay. Ouch.
Yeah, it's more like if you're a good scammer on the street, then you're looked up to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they respect that.
Right.
Okay.
I know. I've been there, man. I spent 3 days.
It's the world of shoebox people is what I call it. I was just talking about this earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm.
The world of shoebox people. Who I really am is in the shoebox in my closet.
Yep.
That's how those people live. That's a lot of the people in the city. They're worried about what other people think, worried about what other people believe about them, their reputation, all that jazz. Nothing real about them. Once you get to know them, you freak out.
Yeah, but there's good and bad everywhere. Like Smiley Face, he's a good guy, and he's in New York City. So
well, I did. Freak out doesn't necessarily mean good or bad. I mean, it's just it wouldn't be the person that you originally met.
I wouldn't go back. I was in New York City in the 70s. My parents took me and my 2 brothers to see the Statue of Liberty in a car. And first thing that happened was we were mom, dad, 3 kids walking down the sidewalk, and there was this street preacher sitting on a bar stool in an alley, just like 20 yards from the sidewalk. And when my mom stopped and looked at it, just stopped to look and hear what the fuck he was preaching about, this motherfucker reached back with his whiskey bottle to throw it at my mother. He was going to throw that fucking whiskey bottle at my mother's head. And then he stopped at the last second and saw he still had a swig left in the bottle and took it down.
Okay.
And I'm like, fuck this place. I'm never coming back to New York City.
Yeah. Is that so, Smiley Face? Is that how New York is?
Yeah. So here's one better. When I was a little kid, right? I was walking with my mom outside. Somebody threw an ice cube out the window and hit my mom in the head, and she had to get stitches.
See.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, people are that they don't value life at all.
They're cold-hearted motherfuckers.
I guess that's why it's run by
they'll laugh about it.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll laugh about it too.
They'll post a YouTube video about it.
They're very okay with seeing like violence, blood. There's a lot of people like that over here, so yeah, we'll just be a little bit careful.
You know that's when you realize that's what you're living in. You know what? It's time to move.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, I know.
GTFO. It should be the priority there. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what your reasoning is. Time to get the fuck out.
Well, he may be a rich man with a fortress. We don't know.
Doesn't matter.
A really big box.
In a prison cell. You're living in a prison cell basically. Either way. Think about it. You might as well be.
I'm never going back to New York.
Go outside.
I will never set foot in that city again. I'll tell you that shit right now. I'll never go back to New York City. Fuck no.
And there you have. I mean, I know people that live in cities that you would never. I mean, you would never. None of the people that know them where they live know them. Period.
Yeah. But here's a good story.
He lives there. It has nothing to do with the person he really is.
Do you think New York will ever be red?
There's a lot of people who voted. There's a lot of people who voted right wing this time more than ever. A lot of people I know. I did.
Say no.
We don't talk about it. Like I'm not gonna go and have a Facebook account and post it because that's dangerous, right? That's the reason why we don't talk about it. And some people probably think we're a bunch of cowards, but we're outnumbered, and we're talking about outnumbered by a lot, right? Of people that are okay with violence. So that's why we don't like go post it on Facebook or none of that. We're like we kind of hide it.
The silent majority.
Well, dude, half the signs when I drove, and now this was years ago, and I don't know what it's been like recently, but I can't imagine it much different. Almost every street sign had a machine gun spray bullet pattern on it.
Oh, jeez.
Where?
When you're riding down the highway and it says next exit is this street. Well,
Where?
New York.
I never saw that in New York.
Heading into the island, yeah.
But see, this was in the 70s. The last time I was there, I was just a 12-year-old kid, you know. But here's a good story.
The only time I've seen. Okay.
Smiley face. Here's a good story.
Yeah.
Right after that happened with the bum on the street, almost throwing a whiskey bottle at my mother, we got separated from our parents, me and my 3 brothers. We were lost on the streets of New York at 12, 10, and 9 years old. But my parents were wise. They told us before we went there, if you get separated, find a police officer. And so I did. I found the nearest police officer and I said, I can't find my mama. I'm lost. He grabbed me by the hand. He took me into a pretzel shop, bought me a soft pretzel, and got on his fucking radio. And in less than 10 minutes, we were reunited with our parents. So New York City cops rule.
Some of the old generation of cops were some of the nicest, especially like the Italian cops were some of the nicest people. Right. It's not exactly the same anymore, right?
But I could have been abducted.
Right now we get a lot of new cops. Yeah.
You know how fast I could have been abducted? Somebody sees a 12-year-old kid walking down the street in New York City. This was Manhattan.
There's definitely human traffickers here.
Oh yeah. I was scared. I was very scared.
It's easy to hide a person here, right?
Wow.
There was a news case where they what is the Bronx?
Are you on the island or are you in Queens? You're in Bronx?
This is the Bronx. This is by this is not quite Yankee Stadium, but not too far from it.
What, on the other side of Washington?
I grew up near Yankee Stadium in South Bronx. But I'm not there. I'm not gonna say exactly where I'm at, but I'm still not too far from there. So I'm in one of the worst. Yeah. I'm in one of the highest crime rates in New York City, besides Brooklyn. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
You probably got a serious apartment that's secure and everything.
Why?
Well, in this building,
I got one question.
Well,
why?
It's mostly because of financial reasons.
Right, like I said, you're probably rich, right? You're probably.
I'm not rich.
Yeah, compared to me, you probably are.
Do you own your apartment?
No.
So you rent?
Yeah, there's like $3 million, I think, for an apartment now in New York City.
It's well, not in this area. This area is a little bit cheaper than that.
A little bit cheaper.
$1 million, right?
This place I think is around. I think this place goes. I mean, another apartment in this building went for around like $200,000.
Right.
It depends on the condition, you know.
That's decent. Yeah.
You sell your apartment.
This is not too bad.
You could buy a house in Missouri, a really nice place.
Yeah, my brother and his wife got a house right upstate New York for like $500,000. They took out a mortgage on that.
$200,000, you could buy a really nice house, and I'm talking about maybe even a quarter acre of land.
I know. So I went to graduate school in Texas for a while.
Yeah.
So I lived out there for a while, and you could buy a giant house for a little bit of money. So I understand everything's more expensive here.
Last year, I just sold my house, another house. We just sold a house, 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom, kitchen, 2-car garage, fireplace in the living room, had a third of an acre, and we sold it for $190,000.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Which was a good price.
Okay, we got Claude Balls in the room coming with breaking news. He's crunched the numbers. He's going to tell us Trump is still your president.
Are y'all winning?
So give us the crunchy numbers.
Yes.
Crunch it up. Crunch it up.
Yeah, hold on. We got to get him a link. You got to come on.
Hold on. I got to stretch.
Yeah.
Right back in a sec.
Yeah, give him a link. He's got to come up on the screen and give us the crunchy numbers.
Trump is still your president. Trump is still your president. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I told you guys, we're going to end up with the majority in the House. We're going to end up with a supermajority in the fucking Senate. And we're going to end up with Trump in the White House. It's never been a question for me. For the last 2 years, I've known all that. I didn't know how it was going to happen or whether, but that's the excitement why I call this entertainment, because I know what's going to happen already. It ain't by nothing super weird or anything.
You know what I think? I wish like we had Mayor Giuliani back in New York City.
Well, you'll probably have somebody better like Eric Trump.
Well, yeah, that would be cool too. Anybody like I just De Blasio he's just a freak. He's just a freak. That's it. He's like worse than he's worse than the governor, right?
Right.
He's worse than Andrew. He's worse than Cuomo, right? But
oh God,
he's still a freak.
You watch. You know, our next president is going to be Eric Trump Jr. Or not Eric, but Donald Trump Jr. He's going to be our next president. You might end up with Eric in pulling on New York. So, yeah,
that would be cool.
Right, but you also have Ivanka that might.
Ivanka
might go into leadership as well.
Well, heck, she might fulfill that woman role that Americans have been wanting so bad.
Eventually, she probably will be a president. But yeah, I'm saying, right now she's got international affairs with her Jared.
Hey, check this out. Check this out. In this part of the world, right where I live, some of these guys around here voted for Trump because they did not want Kamala Harris to be president, right?
Okay.
That was I've heard that too, especially with some Dominican Republic. A lot of people from there. A lot of people from there will tell you outright they don't want a woman as president. They'll tell you. But the news will never show it. CNN will never show it.
But wait, are you saying these people are admitting that they want Kamala to be the president?
No, they don't want it.
Oh, don't. Okay.
So you had people that would have voted Democrat before that voted for Trump now because they did not want her as president because they knew Biden, looked sickly. They'll tell you that, but CNN will never put it on the news, right? They'll never interview anybody from the street here.
Wow, that's crazy. South Philly, I got something for you here in a minute when they're done with their conversation.
Yeah. The other thing is, right, the whole thing about let's say homosexuality and all that. If you ask somebody from my neighborhood what they think about that, they'll tell you. And it's not what CNN would say.
They probably use the F word, right?
Yeah, all the time. They make jokes about it. I grew up when I was in high school. Those are the type of jokes we made, right? So
yeah.
So, but like the CNN paints this place as this, big, diverse, everybody's just free for all, open minded. That is not what's going on here. Maybe they Lower Manhattan, like in Greenwich, right?
It's not Greenwich Village.
Like in Greenwich, yeah. I went to Greenwich like a couple months ago. You see rainbow flags and stuff near the bars. But those people are not even from around here. They came from other cities or all around the country. They travel. All the gay people in the world just congregated in Greenwich. The rich gay people. A lot of them are wealthy.
Right.
But they think that's everything. They think that's what New York City's like. And everybody, you'll hear all these there'll be some wealthy people on the internet talking about, I can't wait to visit New York City because they don't even come by this neighborhood. I would never see them step foot in this neighborhood. They go on the express bus or the Metro North straight to Lower Manhattan. Or they as soon as they get off from the airport, they just stay in Lower Manhattan. They never leave.
And in fact, it's stated on the tourist maps areas not to go.
Oh yeah, you don't. I would not recommend it.
Right.
I was talking to somebody before, and they were like, they want to come and visit me. I was like, no. I was like, if I visit you, you're gonna meet me in Manhattan somewhere.
Right.
My conscience wouldn't let me, right? My conscience wouldn't let me.
Right.
This was one of my religious friends, and I was like, no, you know, you can't just walk in here.
Yeah. I just said, have you ever been to New York City before? Do you know what you're getting your ass into?
They see it on TV and they think that we're all skipping around dancing, you know, hip hop. We're all cool and hip and cool. No, most actors on TV most of them are gay, obviously.
What do you
That's
mean,
and
why
a lot of
is
them are not even from around here.
South Philly? What are you talking about? Why is the GOP backing Trump? Are you kidding me?
He's the best man for the job. That's why.
Dude, you just, I don't know what you're drinking or smoking or whatever, but I want some of that.
Yeah. Hey, smiley face. So, do you remember the Giuliani days where he supposedly cleaned up the streets of New York? What do people think about Giuliani now?
They like him. People locally like him, right?
I like him.
They like the stop and frisk policies, right?
Well,
it was
I don't
good for
know
these
about
neighbors. Like
that.
Trump's right about that.
Yeah, I don't know about stop and frisk. I think that's unconstitutional. But anyway, I think Giuliani's a great guy.
South Philly, this whole election cycle, this whole thing was a complete setup to catch the Democrats doing their fraud. It was a complete setup.
It was a honeypot. They fell for it. They got their hands stuck in the jar.
They knew what they were going to do. They knew exactly how to set them up, and they set them up.
Smiley face, you know, Giuliani has a YouTube site, a stream.
I didn't subscribe to that.
He does, man, and he's presented all the fucking evidence about the laptop from hell.
Yeah, I like Giuliani.
Yeah, Giuliani's on top of it, man. You gotta
about the.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
About the whole, you know, the Bloomberg stop and frisk thing. It might be unconstitutional, but a lot of those weapons are stolen. Right?
Yeah.
Of course.
That's part of the problem, right? That's part of the problem. So we run there's a different situation going on here. With you know, what's constitutional or not. So a stolen firearm I think it's a little bit different. They created a beast here. So if you were to, like, let's say, be fully constitutional, pro everything here, they've created such a system where you'd have to move away from government programs, but you'd have to, like, wean it off, or it'd be like a catastrophic thing going on.
You know how to clean up New York City? Institute constitutional carry and conceal.
I thought you were gonna say napalm.
No, I'm just saying.
Hey, but if you go that route, just let me know so I can be somewhere else.
No, you go get a gun.
Yeah,
you go get a weapon, and you learn how to use it.
Napalm. Jeez.
And I tell you what. No. Wait a minute. Now I'll tell you what. New York would be the nicest damn place you could ever go. They be scared to piss off somebody that might, because they know everybody's packing.
How many cops does New York City have? Like 30,000. What the fuck? They could take charge if they want to.
Yeah.
I have a cop right down the hall. He's a retired cop now. So I've seen when he used to come home in his regular clothes, but I have a cop down the hall. There's cops that live in some of these buildings here.
Sure.
Yeah, but that's where it's supposed to be. I mean,
cops are people too. I didn't realize that at first. I thought they were kind of like Batman or Superman, but no, they're real human beings. They put their pants on one leg at a time.
They change their clothes.
Hey, Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
South Philly needs that link.
And the cops don't.
You got that link up?
The cops don't live in the same.
Wait. The Steve Pacheco link. Okay, coming right up.
South Philly needs
the cops don't live in the same. They don't live in the same neighborhoods that they patrol in New York City. So, like, cops from the Bronx will probably work in Brooklyn or Staten Island. They don't work in the same neighborhoods as a safety, precaution.
So let me ask you this, smiley face: are they still selling illegal guns out of vans and alleyways in New York City? Of course.
You're saying, do they still do that?
Yeah.
Do they still do that? Yeah, like So, for example, if if you wanted anything, if you wanted a pet monkey, for example, you can get it, right? There's people that you go to that you can get it, right?
Or a stolen
So guns,
AK-47.
all that you can get.
Or a stolen
You can get a lot of
AK-47,
things, right?
You just walk up to this van parked in an alleyway and flash $100 bill, and they hand you an AK-47, right?
You got to be careful because the van in the alleyway is probably an FBI agent undercover. There's a lot of undercover cops, but they're obvious sometimes. They look a little bit too built and healthy.
But that's how I remember growing up. That's what happened.
What you would do is there's a lot of people that they complain that the cops stereotype. They stand on the corners, right? They stand around buildings. You know them. They stand out there all the time. They dress differently, right?
Right.
So if you stereotype them, a lot of times those guys know how to get you whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Right?
They're like the neighborhood bulletin board, guaranteed.
Yeah, they're basically when they stand outside, they're basically advertising, right?
Yeah.
Here I am.
I want to say something to South Philly over here. Yeah, will Trump? He says, will Trump win in the end? Yes, Trump will be in the White House. Republicans will have both majority in the House and the Senate.
You see the link I put
sure about the House?
Yep,
sure
they'll
about
have
the House though? I know they gained seats, but I don't know about control.
Well, guess what? They only need 11. Last I seen, they only need 11 more.
Right.
So, and these states, there were 5 states where these votes showed up. And I guarantee you, they didn't just have Biden on the motherfuckers.
Right.
No watermark.
Okay, so when these ballots get reversed, guess what? Down ballot goes too. And they just won the 3 seats that they need that they don't have the lead in right now. At least.
Yep.
They'll have the they'll have a majority in the House and the Senate, and Trump will be in the White House. I've said that for 2 years, and people don't believe me, but I'm telling you, that's what's happening.
That's what we all hope.
No, okay, yeah. I mean, pray about it. I mean, for God's sake. But I'll tell you what, that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening now. And Hillary's down in a blaze of glory.
Smiley face. Have you watched
over here? There's people already celebrating, like they already believe, and they really believe Biden won it. You know, they're convinced.
Right. Now, those are the ones we're gonna have problems with.
Yeah.
Just makes me sick.
They're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, but it won't last long. There's not a lot of.
Have you seen the video, Smiley face? Have you seen the breaking news from former CIA that watermarks are on the real ballots?
I heard about that. I read a thumbnail about
I'm gonna post a link. Are you in Sick Pat's?
So all the fraudulent ballots that
there's
got
the-
flooded into these places.
I'm posting it again for you. This is the best news I've heard in a week. I hope it's true.
All right.
You gotta watch that video, man. He lays it
And
all
they've already
out.
cold busted 5 states that had the ballot surges, where it came in and they were only for Biden and the Democrat tickets.
Watermarks for the win.
They got them. They got them all. They got them.
It's a sting operation.
They're arresting people right now.
Right now. That's what Steve Pachinik said. Tonight and tomorrow night, they're going to arrest us. Why do you think he said they deployed 20,000 National Guard units members to 12 states? That's because when they start arresting these politicians, they're going to try some wicked shit to get out of jail. And the national
before they run.
That's why they're buying up these jets, trying to leave America.
Yeah, there was the big articles all over the place, man. It was a big surge.
I haven't heard about that. What about the jets?
Charters and shit too.
Sasha,
they're all booked getting out of the country.
Sasha, tell me, what about jets? I missed it.
There was an article I got from Natural News where a record number of jets are being rented and bought, and the elites are using them to skip town.
The rats are fleeing the sinking ship.
Yep, I will find that article.
There was another article that says that the elites are leaving the cities, and there's been a record number of jet flights going out of the cities.
Yeah, they're going to their New Zealand bunker.
Yep, they're Switzerland homes, but little do they know they can't hide even in this on Earth. There's nowhere.
So they're going through the International Space Station.
Right. They're gonna try.
Mars. They got bunkers on Mars, probably.
You know, I've been looking at a few like locations where like George Soros is at, right? Apparently George Soros has property over here, right? He has the Open Society Foundation right there next to the Federal Reserve building in Lower Manhattan, right? So I feel like I'm so close to these people.
Yeah. Yeah, Soros has a house in New York City. I knew that. He's got dual citizenship.
I feel like I'm so close to these people. Like I wish I could just like I wonder if I could just go down there and bump into them. I remember We Are Changed, that guy who does that channel. He just won, you know, he recorded, you know, one of the Rothschilds in the street, like he just randomly bumped into him, which I kind of found weird. Like how would he know?
It could have been serendipity.
Hey,
serendipity.
I never see these people.
Hey, let me tell you something, Smiley Face. The world is not so simple, and it is not so separated as they would have you believe.
Yep.
I'm telling you, it is not that hard. There's not that big of a step from where you are to where they are. It's not that big of a step. There's just a lot of money in the way.
I could basically take the train and go to their properties right now.
Start a protest. Start a protest on the sidewalk in front of his fucking house.
It would be just me.
Just make sure your will is in order first, please, because you're going to disappear.
It always starts with 1, man. And 1 plus 1 equals 2. Oh shit, that's racist.
Yeah, but you know, just in case you disappear, you know.
Yeah, I'll send all the debt collectors after you instead of me.
Okay, I'm on naturalnews.com right now. What's the headline title?
I don't know if Carpenter got his deer. I'm really not sure.
Private jets being used to leave.
Private jets. I'll put that in the search engine.
And elites. The title also involved elites leaving cities in droves.
Super rich elites fly hundreds of private jets to Davos economic node.
No, that's that's an old.
Throw the link, man.
I'm trying to find it.
That happens. I know I read that news story, but
I did read it. I just need to find it. What the heck? It's like or something.
Sometimes it just gets out of the way there.
Oh man, okay.
But I don't doubt
this happens. Gotta love it.
But I don't doubt you, man. It's shit hitting the fan, my friends. It hasn't hit the fan yet, but it's hit.
You know.
Oh wait, you know what? I sent that link to a friend of mine through email, so I'll find it faster with email.
Right? Or you browsing drudge again?
Yeah, you got me.
Shit. I know, I do that too, and I'm like, how the fuck did I end up here?
Oh man, I tell you. Okay, let's see. Where's that email? I sent it to my friend Alex in Colorado, which kind of feel bad for him because Colorado is, you know, all the Democrat.
Right.
I'm like, dude, you need to leave. He's like, no, I'm good. It's all good. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going down with this ship.
Yeah, that's pretty much his mentality. Yeah.
Yeah, Denver's one of those places when they say run for the hills, you need gear.
Yeah, he lives in Colorado Springs.
Ooh, I almost thought about moving there, but then I found out the street gangs are pretty bad in the center of town. You got to live in the burbs in Colorado Springs.
Why isn't it?
It's become wicked. Even though there's a Navy base there, it's
Here we go. It's kind of sad that I found the article a lot faster than I did on the actual source.
I can't find anything about. I'm searching. I can't find anything about massive number of jets flying out, private jets.
Here,
purchased.
Wizard, I'm gonna
search up airline data. Some people stream the data.
Is it not letting you post it?
I posted it in private. Actually, correction, it's an InfoWars article. That's why I was not able to find it.
Oh, okay.
Right.
You could actually search up air traffic data, and you could see if there's an increase over time. I'm gonna try to search that.
I sent that to you, Wizard, in private. I don't know if you're able to.
I got it.
Distribute it. Okay.
I'll put it over.
I want to see the link. Inquiring minds want to know.
I've got it. It took me searching through my Hotmail.
Well, if I post it here, I can go on all 3 platforms at once.
Okay. Hotmail still exists? What the fuck?
Yes. Hotmail. Dude, I got friends who still using AOL.
No, AOL.
Yeah.
I know there are such people.
Yeah, so I give them the same reaction, like, oh my gosh, like AOL was like so 90s.
All right, now I see a link in the chat room.
Yeah.
Private jet traffic soars as panicked elites exit cities amid virus, election chaos. With U.S. new coronavirus cases steadily rising since mid-September, ushering in what some call the second wave of the virus pandemic, private jet traffic has soared as wealthy folks are leaving metro areas for rural communities, according to CNBC.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
But it doesn't say flying to other countries.
So look, when I was in Texas, I had a roommate and I met up with his family, and his father's his father has a car dealership. They have investments in the oil companies, right? Very, very wealthy people, right?
Right.
And his pilot was there too. It was at a tailgate. His pilot was there too with them. His private jet pilot, because he shares, right? They share the private jet with other families, but the private jet pilot was there with them, and yeah, they travel like that. If something's going on, they'll go back from that area or anywhere else back to their, their, let's call it their bunker or hideout in Dallas.
Yeah, they're getaway.
Or Fort Worth or somewhere around there. But they have their spot, right?
They probably call it a vacation.
They have their spot.
Right. They call it a vacation.
Yeah, so.
But it's really a bunker.
Yep.
Right.
Well, they had another house. They had another house they could go to in Florida too, right? So they had one in Dallas, and that's like basically tornado proof because they were in an area where there's tornadoes are known to go through. So that one's tornado proof. They have a bunker. They have ranges, right? It's Texas, and they could fly. They call up the private jet flyer on the phone, and he could come there to the airport and get them. That's how it works with these people.
Oh yeah, like I'll be there in 15 minutes. See you on the tarmac.
Yeah, and it might not be that they might not be like guilty of anything. They might not be running. They might just want to get out of the city that they're in at the time. They might just want to, hang out with their family in the bunker. It's fun, right? It's cool.
Or just escape a riot.
That too.
Yeah. I'm getting interested.
And in case something did go down, right? In case like some type of ground war went down, they're ready, at their bunkers. They're loaded, right?
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I know several people like that. And it ain't gonna, it's the funny thing is it's not gonna save them.
No, but they plan. All right, so I mean, you're not really supposed to do that, but they have enough to share, is what I'm saying.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Well, no, I mean not necessarily because There's
Well,
no.
I mean, if there's rioting and you
Let me tell you
let
something.
people know,
You are better off with more people than stuff.
Exactly.
that's true.
Yeah.
But if you let people know that you've got a hoard of food stashed somewhere, you're fucked. They're going to overrun you. Your bunker is no longer secure.
But so,
But if
so
you
you
have a
know,
horde of people,
people,
if you got a horde of people,
right,
they ain't gonna fuck with you.
right. So you know people like Matt from Demolition Ranch. He has he's famous, real famous, right?
Yeah, I've unsubscribed.
So he explains all the time who his neighbors are, right? They all know each other. A lot of like ex Navy SEALs people like that live all in the same area in Texas.
Yeah.
And they could easily travel to, if something's happening at somebody's house, they're going to get down there real quick.
Yep.
So even if somebody thinks they're robbing one house in Texas, no, the neighbors know they're on their way.
Yeah. Just
so they got stocks, they got people, right? They're pretty ready for that.
That's what I call my ready team. I just have to send a text and somebody will be here in 5 minutes.
Mike, I uploaded a 4-part survival guide Mike Adams did just recently. It's like a 9-hour thing. If people want to check it out, it's on. I can't remember if it's on my backup YouTube channel or my main one. It's one of those.
Throw the link, Sasha. Post the link.
Yeah, I keep forgetting links are the way.
Post it in the chat.
South Philly says he wants that link again.
Okay.
Bruce Wayne's going to post a link, South Philly, and this one you follow and watch this video. I'm telling
you. The video. This is the best breaking news of the week.
That Bruce Wayne post
Is
right
Alex
there.
Jones still outside?
I don't think
Is
so.
Alex Jones still outside?
No, Chubitz was looking at it, and they started talking to other people. It was on Right Side Broadcasting, but they started talking to the audience and stuff because I guess Alex Jones was done.
Dang.
Alex looked pretty fucking pissed. I didn't hear the audio, but he was waving his fist around in the air.
Well, we'd be on if that's
they deplatformed him, so
yeah.
Well, that doesn't stop him. I mean, they got all over the place now.
Yeah, but if they were to gain, the presidency or whatnot, I know it's not going to happen. Wizard of Oz, I know you guaranteed that Trump's going to win. But if they were to gain the presidency and all that, they're going to go after revenge, right? They're going to target Alex Jones like they did Roger Stone, right? And there'll be nobody able to stop it.
No, Alex Jones will stop it. He's got a trigger finger.
Yeah, he will. He's definitely not going down without a fight. I already know that.
I'm seeing a lot of interesting comments on the QFS video I posted. A lot of validation from what I'm seeing. One person says, watch the George YouTube channel, the National Guard video where they are scanning the ballots or the votes. Another one is...
yeah, I've heard about that. National Guard is wearing civilian clothes and counting ballots. So they don't freak people out. They're not in uniform.
Oh, yeah. But I already knew that the FBI does that too. The FBI work at food stands in Lower Manhattan in front of buildings, and those are not regular food stand people. Those are FBI agents.
Well, here's an interesting correlation. One commenter says there was a Rudy Giuliani show about 4 months ago, and he said they were developing a secret new technology to be used as a countermeasure.
Throw the link, man. Yeah. Post the link.
Well, it's
just a reference.
It's one of the commenters just saying that in the video.
Yeah, so it could be bullshit.
So there's a guy who's like a rapper. He's for Trump. His name is Forgiato Blow, right? I think he's from like Florida.
Blow, right?
It's funny because he's actually live streaming right now, which he never does.
Wait, his name is Blow, right?
Forgiato Blow. He probably was like he probably deal, I think he's from Florida or something.
Okay.
Probably a drug name, but
Probably sucks hot dogs with a name like that.
no. Oh.
Blow right.
All right, it's something else.
Yeah.
That's so
So
funny.
yeah, so a lot of people are streaming that normally never stream right now, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm noticing that too as well. That we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah,
6.
I didn't even want to come on here tonight, but you guys inspired me.
Yeah. I imagine if there was like if there was a ground situation out here where I live, I can imagine it's people like me and Lil Pump and Lil Wayne type of people fighting a war, a ground war.
Wait, no. Did you see?
I can see that.
President Trump's, in case you didn't see it, you can still see it on my Twitch channel. It's a saved video. President Trump invited Ted Nugent on stage. And then this fucking rapper piece of shit came up. And they never announced his name. I wonder how many thousands of people thought that was Ted Nugent.
Was he a kid?
The last.
Which one was it?
The last one. Screaming.
Was that?
No, I'm sorry. Michigan. It was Michigan.
Was that Lil Pump?
Yeah. Dreadlock, orange dreadlock.
Well, yeah, I think so, but he introduced Lil Pump as Lil Pimp, like he misspoke his name.
Yeah, he did it initially. At that rally, he did. Yeah.
All I heard him say was Ted Nugent on stage. Ted Nugent, are you here? And then this fucking rapper comes on stage. I'm like, what the fuck?
Lil Pump was like, who calls?
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. It could have been Lil Pump. He just wants to hang out with Trump, you know. In his head, he thinks that's that's all cool.
To me, he was not invited. The president invited Ted Nugent on stage.
I know.
Rapper showed up.
Hello.
Yeah.
What's up, Kay? What you got?
I'm bringing over a guest.
What's going on?
Bringing over a guest? How you doing?
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and throw his channel in the chat.
Okay, sounds good. Little Pimp, that's funny.
That's him right there.
Yeah.
NNNHQ.
Hey, what's up, HQ?
How's it going, HQ?
That's net. I know about that shit.
So cool. Well, and he was actually over on his feed talking about 5G, and I was like, what a better time than when Sasha's here? And I'm like,
oh my gosh.
I gotta go grab those Discord that link that I was sharing with you earlier, Sasha. Do you have those on hand?
What?
Do you have those links that I shared with you earlier on hand?
Those Google patents?
Yeah.
I actually have. Yes, I do.
Okay, because I'm not on my Discord on this.
Okay. I'll go ahead and try to post them here. Can you actually send like files through here?
It's not the point, Tanya. The point is the president invited Ted Nugent on stage, not the rapper. God damn it.
Right.
Get it straight.
I need a beer before I.
So did Ted Nugent ever go up?
No, the fucking rapper came up.
Why did they both go up?
Joking. He was probably joking.
No, dude.
So many people here. I bet Ted Nugent's here too. Hey, it's Little Pump.
The president invited Ted Nugent on stage. And then
I get it. You wanted to see Ted Nugent.
I guess it.
My God.
Michigan won last time.
So
all
you
right,
want
and
Ted
then
Nugent?
That's
go
all.
ahead and grab that StreamYard and come and join us.
You can see that Ted Nugent was here
I'll be
in
right back. I'm grabbing a
Montana
beer.
last week at Donald Trump Jr.'s rally.
And you didn't go?
He played the Star Spangled Banner on his electric guitar for Donald Trump Jr. here in Montana last week. Go to my Twitch. Okay, now I got to post a link to my Twitch video so you guys can believe it.
Was it the best Star Spangled Banner you've ever heard?
Nobody's denying you. What's up?
Yes.
I think you got a little more than coffee in that cup.
It's the best political speech you'll ever hear
Yeah.
from Ted Nugent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, you guys know DMX, the rapper from like way back.
No.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, well, over here, everybody knows who. Most people know who DMX is. We just had a wave of migrants, but a lot of people who was in New York for a while know him. Anyway, my brother was upstate, and DMX shops at Target, and he raps in the aisles. My brother met him, and he had a plunger in his hand, right? And he put the plunger down, and he took a picture with my brother.
Let's see.
That's DMX, yeah.
Okay.
So what's up, you guys?
What's happening?
How you doing?
How's it going, HQ?
So basically, I had some epiphanies about 5G that I wanted to share with you guys. I heard you all might be interested.
Okay.
Will we get cancer?
No, not from me.
Likely. Well, not from him, but from.
So what did you find out? What were your epiphanies?
All right, so
there's my link with Ted Nugent in the Sick Pat YouTube chat room.
Bruce.
Okay.
We have a new friend here. Let's be quiet.
Go
so
ahead.
I'm trying to share my screen real quick. If you see that, if you would be so kind to pull it up real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so have you ever wondered why 5G wasn't? Well, I'll start from the beginning. You may be wearing an RFID chip laced item of clothing right now. That chip relays a message to your 5G phone, then relays that message, including location and other data, to 5G towers, which then stores the data from the relayed information in the cloud. This was the true purpose for the 5G switchover. Have you ever wondered why 5G is not any faster than 4G, as was told to us was the premise? Well, that's because the switchover from 4G to 5G wasn't about increasing download and upload speed. It was about frequency. If you are within 19 feet of your 5G device, private and personal data is being collected about you without your knowledge. These RFID chips have write and read capability and a maximum battery life of 10 years. Passive tags can even communicate with each other through inter-tag communication. Now you can fact check all of it.
Right.
Internet of Things.
Right. But check this out. You don't even need a tag. Like a lot of people wear those watches, so they track themselves.
Yeah, triple net. Hey, you're preaching to a choir here that's been talking about this forever. Yeah.
So I believe that we must work together to demand a full disclosure. If they aren't willing to be honest, it would behoove we the people to dismantle the 5G system entirely and go back to the Stone Ages, if that's what it takes to get our privacy back from those collecting sensitive data from us without our knowledge nor our consent. Do you know exactly how long you spent in the restroom today to the exact millisecond? The 5G cloud does. You ever wonder why sometimes you think to yourself, I kind of want to buy this item, never verbalizing the want or need to purchase said item, and then the item is suddenly being advertised to you on social media. Your brain is operating on electric signals and frequencies. Think of what data you may be unwittingly sharing and may be at the fingertips of tech companies or agencies who are actively spying on your brainwaves. Implantable devices can also be used to record neural signals in the brain. Oh yeah, and if that's not enough reason to hate RFID technology, the RFID chips combine with static electricity and you can die. Why would you want that in your clothes? RFID chips are also radioactive. When implanted under the skin, RFID chips can cause sarcomas, malignant cancerous growths. And
I'm taking my clothes off.
Little known fact is that 5G technology is banned in other countries, but not the United States. So I basically made this video. I mean, we don't have to watch the video. It's basically saying I found an RFID chip in the washing machine, and I wanted to get down to business, so I opened it up. And I learned a little bit about RFID that I shared below, basically that they cost $54 for about, well, here.
But a lot of those are security chips.
Some of them.
Thank you.
Some of them, they cost between 12 cents and 30 cents per person for a company to track you. Just little fun facts in the video showing the technology. And here, look, it says right here, and this is from Google. The RFID tag can be affixed to an object and used to track and manage inventory, assets, people, etc. So they're being open about the fact that they can actually track you using these simple RFID chips. And look, here's proof that they can have up to 10-year battery life. And it also
check this out. Most phones have RFID readers, so you could probably read those chips if you wanted to.
Yep.
If you wanted to test that out, because they can get data through other ways besides RFID chips. They have a lot of voice recognition software, and it takes your voice, it sends it back to the server, they analyze it, and that's part of how they predict what you want, right?
Yep.
Your cell phone microphone, right? There's microphones everywhere, especially people with the multi-array, Amazon Echo microphones, 6 microphone arrays. They can echolocate you in your house, and so it's not only I don't think it's by FRID, whatever it's called. I think a lot of it is by echolocation and sound.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
So check this out. Here's a very visual, visual but with words example. So I have the stereo microphones, right? You have a left, right, and right side, right? If you put it up on Audacity, you could separate the channels. Let's say you have a bunch of those microphones. You could see the amplitude on each left, right side. So you can echolocate based on the intensity of that sound. So you can tell where the people are in their room. Amazon Echo has a 6-array mic. A lot of these devices do, and people will get them in each. Some people are crazy enough to get them in each room. They set themselves up without anybody having to do it.
And you know what else is
and
really
their phone,
scary?
and a lot of devices like cell phones could be echo enabled or voice recognition enabled, and some people just agree to it.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, I'm checking out those patents that you sent me. I just wanted to say, you guys, thank you so much for having me up. I don't want to take away from the show or anything. I just wanted to contribute my findings.
No, yeah, you're
no
problem.
You don't have to here.
Yeah,
I gotta get going, but I did want to just say thank you so much for your time. I'm subbed to the channel, and I will be back next time you guys go live. I had a couple other things I needed to do tonight, but I just wanted to come up because I heard you guys had interest in the 5G infrastructure, and I wanted to share what I had found.
Before you go,
if you want to talk about it, you could try to contact me. All right, because I work with data, right, and data analysis. So I will we can share ideas on that.
Well, I worked in all areas of point-to-point satellite communications, ground-based.
But you're going to be all right. So you're going to be setting up the claymores then.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about this 5G stuff. Okay, integrated.
It sounds like we need to have a whole 5G segment.
Well, wait a second. Let me finish.
So my building installed an antenna on my roof because the building made money off of it.
Yeah. So, but the big thing is that it's not just the stuff that you're finding. The RFID is yesterday's technology, and they're utilizing it more and more. It's part of the Internet of Things kind of deal. It's all a whole subnet of communications, kind of like the internet, but on a different machine level. Okay. Also, now the other part about it is the 5G broadcast network system. Okay, has the capability of, believe it or not, it does operate in frequency range. It can wave send. In other words, it can project. If it has triangulation, echolocation is one of the ways they can achieve that. Okay, and if it can do that, it can emit alpha wave signals right into your fucking head and give you an idea.
Wow, that's very interesting. That's what I was trying to say, is that the brain works on electronic pulses and waves. And if they can hack into the frequency that your brain operates on, they could easily manipulate or obtain data from your mind.
Kind of makes you wonder
check
what
this
the
out.
harvest
Check this
is
out.
Cell phones do that.
So what's your name? Your name NNNHQ, right? What can
That's
I
right.
call you for short?
The avatar is a cookie. It's a chocolate
Okay,
chip
what
cookie.
do we
just
call you?
So I should just call you HQ,
You can call me
right?
NNN, or you can call me Nick.
Nick. There you go.
Triple
I like
N.
that.
Okay. All right, Nick. All right, so Nick, check this out. Search up transcranial magnetic resonance, right? This is something that I was reading about when I was in graduate seminar classes, right? This is part of like the type of data I was going to be looking at.
It's
right,
including
and that's how they
resonance.
and that's how they pause thoughts, right? It's not very accurate yet, and that's also how they could use artificial intelligence to predict categories based on your previous thoughts. So they need information about you, but the thing literally has to be on front of your head. It uses the same technology that an MRI machine uses.
Elf
It has to be so close to you.
Yeah.
So search it up. Transcranial magnetic resonance.
I have
right?
it up right here. I have it up right here.
This is real. This is real, and this is what I was talking about when I was in graduate school, right? At one of the seminars.
Nothing is sci-fi anymore. It's all reality. We're living.
If it can be thought, it can be done.
Wild. It's wild.
If it can be thought, it can be done.
I agree with Dallas in the chat.
Man, an RFID chip can only be scanned when you pass in front of a scanner. An antenna cannot receive
That's what I'm thinking.
an electric signal at the same
Bruce,
power.
it can be but it can act as a repeater.
Yeah.
It can act as a repeater.
I do actually have a channel in the Discord that is dedicated to 5G.
Yeah.
So if anybody wants to drop any links in the Discord, I'm getting ready to put the link
about
in
5G is? You know what the funny thing about 5G is actually?
What's
it
that?
can be subverted by mist.
Yeah, so do you see what's in the private chat, Em?
Yes.
Wizard, do you see in the private chat what I just shared these with Sasha this morning?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, I sent a part 1, 2, and 3 on there on the Google patents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
HQ, did you copy that? RFID chips have to receive energy to be read. They do not transmit energy.
Yes, I did.
Right. So you have to pass in front of a scanner, like at an airport or a Walmart.
Or like your phone.
RFID chip back into the same store that you bought the clothing.
Hold on, Bruce. You're thinking like a register or something like that. No, they got readers that will read from hundreds of meters away.
What?
Yes.
Like on top of a 5G tower. Have you ever seen a 5G tower and they have all these different apparatuses up on top, or apparatus?
I have so I have a 5G antenna on top of my building because my building made a deal with the company that they would get some type of money to install it. So there's one on top of my building, right? So I kind of like right under it. So yeah, they could spy on me.
I can't stand these 5G towers, and you know, I mean, if all hell breaks loose and Civil War II is declared or whatever, I hope the people take their aggression out on these machines before they take their aggression out on each other.
You know what?
Well, we
Nick?
could actually use
we
could first use the machines.
We don't need to be mad at each other. We need to be mad at the overlord.
Yes, the global communication people. I'll tell you what.
Exactly.
The big
because
thing
we don't really know who's in control until we see who gets angry when we take those things down.
Here's the other problem with 5G stuff. The range of the frequencies and the capabilities and depth of their frequencies is extreme. Okay, so that they have multiple channels, just like you would have on a satellite communication set. There are thousands of different sets of channels, and there are thousands of different frequency harmonic sets. Okay, and then there's whole different categories of frequency strength. Okay, so when you talk about 5G, you're talking about capabilities beyond that. Okay, now
yes,
this
absolutely, and also I pointed out that the RFID chip can be used to deliver a fatal shock to your nervous system. And you remember, I don't know if you guys remember the whole the heart attack gun, the meme, right?
Yep.
They were killing people with a heart attack gun back during the Hillary era. What if this heart attack gun was used to triangulate some kind of through the 5G towers some kind of
They don't need
wave
to, Nick.
that were fatal.
Stop. Nick, stop. Check this out. They don't have to. They simply load it onto a fucking drone in that 5G zone and drive it right to your fucking forehead.
Makes sense.
Speaking of the mind control
weaponization
stuff,
capabilities inside a 5G zone is endless.
Do you know that Amazon has a drone delivery program in the near future? They're investing in it.
Right, and it would be
so they can deliver to your window.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's bad enough that we have 5G here now. Certain cellular companies have won contracts to be the first to put 4 and 5G on the moon. Like, are we that insane?
5G on the moon. What's up?
Yeah, why do we need 5G on the moon? We haven't even built a space station
so that they could watch. So that they could watch our live streams out on the moon.
Oh,
doing it for us, for the people.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, in case you guys don't already know, I'm wildly critically acclaimed on YouTube. So anywhere I go, especially because I shouted you guys out on my channel, there will be a plethora of trolls that follow me that I am in no way affiliated
That's
with.
okay.
Right?
We got a plan for trolls.
Yeah, we're used to that.
Okay, I just wanted to prepare you guys for the outlandish because everywhere I go,
that's gonna be fun.
A roaming circus of people follow me in order to try and ruin my life, right? Even though I'm connected with almost everybody from the far left to the far right and everyone in between. And so I have a lot of wildly insane haters that want to...
That would be fun, though.
Welcome to the club.
It's a blast. Well, thank you, Wizard of Oz. Yeah, isn't it a blast to have a roaming circus of trolls following you everywhere you go?
Yeah, they've banned us from everywhere, man. And now we have this exclusive club that can't be advertised.
That's part of the anti-fascist plan, man. The deplatformation and whatnot. Yeah, no, they don't want to deplatform me because they want to let me make a fool of myself, which I kind of play into a little bit.
Well, we're on 3 platforms. Well, actually, we could be on more at the same time. So we've got this. We've been fighting this battle for a while.
I'm sure I've seen you around before. You got a really familiar face, Wizard. And so do you, Sasha. I swear, you guys are the only ones that are up here camming up like me. And I think I recognize both of you. But yeah, no, I've been around since the beginning of 2016, like the end of 2015. I grew up in Southern California. I was a big time Trump supporter at the beginning of, I told my family November 15th, 2015, I'm voting for Trump and he's going to win. And they all said, oh, you're crazy. You're crazy. And when he won, I got to rub it in all their faces. And then I proceeded to leave California and move to Arizona, therefore defeating what I perceived was the communist entity. Well, guess what? Now Arizona is blue. They followed me to my new home. We now have Mark Kelly as a senator starting in January, which is awful.
No,
absolutely terrible.
Nick, that's all going to get
votes followed.
back.
The people didn't.
I'm hoping that you are absolutely correct about that, Wizard of Oz. But I have so much work to do and so much to get accomplished, and you guys have really helped me by letting me have a platform tonight to spew my insanity, as many would call it. But I got to get going because I had other plans tonight. But thank you so much for letting me up on your panel.
Well, rock on, Patriots. You have a great one and good.
You too, sir. I salute you guys in your work and what you do. I will be back, I promise. And I'm not just saying that. I will come back. And I hope next time I have a lot more time for you all. But I really do want to say thank you so much for giving me a platform tonight.
Hell, just come up and hang out when you go. When you get
anytime.
Sounds
Appreciate
good.
that information. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You all have a really great night, and I will see you on the next one.
Okay, take care.
Doing well, Patriot. Rock on.
So imagine it's up to us to save the world. I'm kidding. We're some clandestine superhero crew.
Cannot transmit energy as an original source. They can only reflect energy.
We got that, Bruce.
Well, Wizard, I want your input, man. I barely
Check this out. Check this out. I've set up I set up like wireless cameras on microcontrollers before. I've done all of that. So I've experimented with the 5G signal because it is better at going through walls, at a short range, right? The 2.4G is long range, but it suffers from crazy interference in the city, right? So I've seen all of that, right? I try not to use the internet as much. I try to keep a lot of my data and stuff off of the internet, but I'm not too worried about them tracking through 5G, right? I am more worried about sound because of what I've done with sound data myself. If I could do it, they could definitely do it and upscale it way much more than I can.
Yeah, well, problem with sound is they can make you sick or healthy.
Well, another thing that worries me is what they're putting out now in public. They've been playing with, for many years.
40 years.
What we consider as great 5G new technology, they already have a workaround, for it and everything.
Yep.
Here's another thing to consider, my friends. If you Google and search it out, 5G is only operating in 3 cities in the United States now: Chicago, New York, and San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's not prevalent, I think.
You're forgetting, Bruce, about Skylink.
Yeah, Space Force.
Sounds like
that was a movie.
No, I'm not forgetting.
That sounds like Terminator to me.
Yeah.
Well,
you remember Tremors?
Starlink is part of the Skynet
Tremors
program.
Oh, Tremors. Oh, yeah, man. Hey, if I was a character, I would be Burt Gummer.
Yeah.
And SpaceX just launched a new GPS satellite this morning.
Did they specify what that was all about?
It was an Air Force GPS. It just said Air Force, top secret. No, don't ask questions. You're not allowed to know. All you know
navigation.
Is satellite. Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be surprised. Some of those contracts that go to like the Air Force or NASA, it's a complete waste of money. Right? It's because a lot of these tenured people, even at research companies outside of universities, they need to have grant money coming in. They will test everything, even if it's irrelevant or even if it's a minute thing. So that might just be a test of some new navigation thing. It might just be a waste of money.
Well, here's the thing. They said it was on a highly elliptical orbit. Now that's fucked up in my head. Why does a GPS satellite not have a regular orbit? Why is it on a highly elliptical orbit?
Because once it got into its orbitational rotation, it settled at a certain level where there's the field's moving in that direction. I think it's being moved in that direction, and then they have rockets that help it to adjust if it falls off of its pattern.
But the reason would be
the satellites are supposed to orbit at the exact same altitude.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be on a clock.
Everything is constantly changing, even in space. They are changing in the fields that they're in. So they do have to adjust. There's still going to be rockets to adjust,
but not on a highly elliptical orbit.
So do you know that at every spot on it, at every spot on the Earth, even the force of gravity is different. It's not uniform over the Earth.
Yes.
So all of that is variable, right? A lot of things are changing. So it would, depending on where they're at, it would make sense. There's some software for astronomy out there that you can use and you could actually simulate elliptical movements and whatnot. And then you could try to figure out why they might want to do something like that,
I already figured it out. It's top fucking secret. It's the Air Force fucking.
Yeah, one of the astronomy softwares is Stellarium, right? I think that's free. I know I have one
Stellarium. I run Stellarium.
Yeah, so I have that on Linux. Yeah. I have that, and then if you want to do force field modeling, you could use Blender, right?
Yeah, I know.
Force fields.
You could do basically simulations on Blender.
Yeah.
And you could put in what you think the equation is for that ellipse, right, of that rotation, and then you put up other points that you think are interesting, and you try to figure out why, right? Try to figure out what are they looking at, where are the trajectories that of the beams that the beams are really They're kind of, they have the inverse square law. They're like a spherical off of the device. So where are they closest to, right? At what times? And that's how you can kind of guess what they're looking at, right?
But you get my point. A GPS satellite normally orbits the Earth at a set low altitude, not highly elliptical.
Yeah.
That's got to be a fucking web.
I know, but I'm saying the only way you would figure out why they're doing it. This is what they would be doing in Russian foreign intelligence. Right. They would be, the way they would figure it out is by trying to simulate why it's moving there, what it's moving near, and how far it can reach. So even like a foreign country like China, Russia, they want to know what it's looking at.
Yeah, it could be an experiment. It could be an experiment. You make a good point.
Yeah, they just so other countries will try to figure out too. They'll be talking just like us, but they'll be modeling and simulating the day to see what these people are looking at. The other thing is there is a submarine program going on right now, and they are looking for better navigation under the water without cellular signals. So and they need to program that. A lot of that artificial intelligence needs to be programmed before they go underwater, right? Because they can't re-upload the information at those depths.
Do you know that you're talking to a submarine veteran right now?
Yeah.
I've been out for 30 years, so.
That's pretty cool. I've always wanted to go on one.
But you're talking to a submarine veteran. It's pretty scary. They're using gravitational.
So they are going to use. Yeah. They are going to be using modern, algorithms with artificial intelligence to predict locations because they can't really get new signals at those depths without being, being caught right where they are. So sometimes they'll map areas from satellites before they ever go underwater, and they map where other satellites are, foreign satellites from other countries. They map where everything's at, so that when they're trying to get into a place. They know how to avoid those signals. So it might not be anything related to stealing the election, but
yeah. But still, if they find where submarines are located, we're fucked. That's going to be global nuclear war.
All right, guys, I'm going to call it.
But
I'm going to hit the bed.
All right.
Oh, wow. It's 11:11. Look at you. It's a conspiracy.
11:11.
Oh, I didn't even. Yeah, I just realized 11:11.
You did that. You got that.
Actually, ironically,
you work at the polls.
I mean, it is my favorite number, and I always see 11:11 all the time. So.
Right, same here. Throughout my life.
All right, guys.
All is one.
Hey, man.
Well, dream well.
Hey, man, are you glowing in the?
What?
Hey, man, are you glowing in the dark? Are you a Fed? No, I'm kidding. You have to sneak out and tell them what you heard here. Your work here is done.
Oh yeah, Russian spy. Yeah.
They know everything.
If you shut off the lights, are you going to be glowing in the dark?
Let's find out.
No, actually, smiley face. I like not to think about the new technology discovering submarines because it's just too frightening for me. I like just being a veteran.
It was good catching up with you.
I did my part.
All right,
easy. Come back soon. Don't be low. Don't be gone so long.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
But the latest I heard is that they can detect submarines in gravitational waves.
Yeah, pressure changes in the water.
No,
or they can just go straight scale. They go scalar technology. They don't have to worry about density of material.
All you gotta do is all you gotta do is get somebody to join the Navy on a scholarship, and they'll just send the locations and plans back. They'll work their way up the rank, and that's the way they do it a lot of times.
I'm trying to get Dallas to join the Navy for the past 2 years, but he won't do it.
Yeah, we need more people inside. That's the way to really combat these things.
But it sounds like you studied this topic a lot more than me.
I did. I worked with data analysis, and I'm not going to say exactly what program I was studying out when I was out in Texas because you'll get an idea of what school I went to. But I studied a lot of these things, especially that transcranial magnetic resonance stuff. And then I studied a lot of the math based behind how you analyze the data, right? Like tensor equations, right? I've studied that.
No, I wonder what school I would go to if I was in Texas and wanted to study technology. I don't know.
Wait, Smiley Face,
No,
are you
man.
saying that
I don't know.
you think satellites can detect the locations of submarines? No. Using
No, see,
whatever technology.
what I think is that they get data from satellites to predict where other satellites are and other devices are from other countries. So, and then they pre-program coordinates on their submarine to watch out for, in case they have to like autopilot too. Like the submarine's navigation will tell them what to avoid because there's something a monitoring device in that area. So they're trying to get somewhere and without anyone knowing.
So it's localized.
And the only way you could do that is if you're very deep and you can't communicate with the surface.
Right. Yeah, I know about that part.
So they need to know what's there before they get there.
Right. Prevention.
Yeah, that's what that's what I think they do. They do a lot of data collection.
Wow. No, where there's a will, there's a way. They'll find where the submarines are with electromagnetic detections, gravity waves, whatever. I mean, but we'll stay one step ahead of them. United States Navy don't fuck around, dude.
They'll just put like tracking devices on whales.
Dude, we are what's keeping the
Right.
lid on the
Yeah, the dolphins are giving us away.
Seagull. No, seagulls know where submarines are. Oh shit!
And I know Alex Jones talks a lot about the engine, mutating animals, the hybrids. There's like some hybrid pig-faced dolphins.
Frogs.
They're following the submarines. Right. Yeah. They could definitely implant, better tracking devices into, whales, and whales could go very deep. So that's a capability. And they blend in with the environment around them, so they look natural. The animals have the best camouflage. So if you put a tracking device or a monitoring device on an animal, it's the best camouflage because you expect a whale to be there in the ocean.
That's right.
And if you study the migration patterns of whales, you'll know where they're going to be when you need them to be there.
That's why sonar techs on submarines call a whale a, quote, biologic. Yeah, we got a biologic contact at 1,000 feet.
And they're pretty predictable. Their migratory patterns. You know exactly where they're going to be when you expect them to be there.
The difference between a whale and a submarine on sonar. Yep. But if a tracking device is on a whale, dude, that's a heavy fucking statement right there.
Yeah, that's not too, because all these microcontrollers got smaller and smaller. You could definitely put something on a whale without anyone noticing. You just have to prevent the Japanese from killing
the whale.
But yeah,
even the whale, because you could drone it.
Yeah.
Wow.
You just need basically the way you track things, in your mind when you're walking, let's say, city streets. What you do is you're looking for familiar objects. Your brain is looking for familiar objects to get an idea of where you're at, right? You're looking for landmarks. So if you set up different, you put tracking devices on animals, different buoys in the water, different things, you can basically have landmarks of where you're at in the ocean. So there's that too. Yeah, you want little clues to tell you where you are when you're not allowed to transmit data because you could get caught, right?
That's right. You only listen on sonar. You don't ping.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, the United States Submarine Force was first established to map the underwater terrain. It was not for war.
Yep.
So we had very detailed mapping of the ocean.
When I was in Texas, there was a lot of people in geology, and there's a lot of people studying geology and where they can get oil and other things from. So there's that too. Welcome big in Texas.
Welcome in, Sunray. I just have noticed that we had a new person in chat.
Yep.
Well, I've been out for 30 years, and I forget most of what I even knew about submarines, to be honest.
Yep.
Well, it just seems to me that everybody forgot about scalar technology.
Radio waves.
Scalar technology.
Well, describe.
Waves. It doesn't matter about mass interference. It uses the Earth as its antenna.
Yeah, electromagnetic.
True.
Electromagnetic waves. That's scalar technology, right?
No, it's a little different than that. A little
Tell
different.
Tell me, please.
There's not a way I can explain it to you that I don't.
Yeah, it's deep. I've researched it a little bit, but I don't understand it either. It's more like
So
resonant.
Operates outside. Go ahead.
So people who do like pirate radio, right? They talk all about that antennas and bouncing the signal off of the ground to the air. So I think maybe that's similar to that.
Well, yes and no, because it does like that as well. Now Tesla is the one that was working with it, and the regular scientific environment called it the ether. Okay, and then they tried to discredit it and say, well, there's no evidence for it, so it doesn't exist. Yeah, Tesla was using it.
Oh, now I see a lot about what you've been saying, Wiz. It's taken me months to catch up to you, but now I okay. All right.
So Tesla knew that there was unlimited electromagnetic energy in the vacuum of space, and you can tap into that unlimited energy in the vacuum of space.
Definitely.
But that vacuum exists inside of every atom, inside of every molecule, and conglomeration of collection of atoms. It exists in everything, and he knew how to. He was beginning to understand how to access it. You know, they built towers in several states now.
What kind of towers?
Yeah,
Tesla towers.
No,
is that? Were you just talking about the God particle, or is that something different?
No, that's the boson Higgs. That's something different.
Okay.
We're talking about scalar energy.
Scalar technology.
But you were saying there's the atom that is present in
the vacuum of space.
Everything.
Your vacuums, the minuscule vacuum. In fact, that's the way Tesla referred to it, was the vacuum.
Right. And there's energy there.
The vacuum in atoms. Okay. And
it gets deep. It gets real fucking deep, man. It's way over my head.
So there's that energy, and then so that's an atom of energy, and the God particle is something other than that?
Well, they don't necessarily. It's not necessarily a particle. The God particle is the unseen force that causes the spin to create mass. The E equals mc squared, and spin matters. So they don't know why it spins. They called them whirligigs when they first started looking at them, but now they call it the God particle because they have no reason why they don't understand why it's spitting.
You know what's interesting? So with a matrix, right, with a vector field, when you deal with imaginary numbers, right, you get that weird spin, and it's annoying because like your brain's trying to process why. It's usually when you take the determinant, right, of the matrix, you have to find the zeros. Basically, you're solving for the equation of the determinant of the matrix, right? And
25.
It doesn't solve to real numbers when it spins. When you have a spin, it doesn't solve to real numbers. And it always has to do with a cubic function. Right. And I spent so much time trying to plot these things, right? To realize what was going on there. And I'm just like, all right, I know how to solve the problem, get the numbers. And I just have to accept it for now on faith.
But it's only a picture.
What?
It's not. It's only a picture in time. It's not the whole equation. It's not the whole thing.
Right. It's moving. Right. So what I do, what I could do is I could simulate it. I could simulate it changing by its partial derivative. So I look at the eigenvalues as partial derivatives, right?
And they come out.
It's the rate of change. Yeah. So so when you look at the eigenvalues, you're looking at the rate of change of that factor over time, right? For anything, DNA.
Right.
I could do that. That's easy though.
It comes
Yeah,
out
but
looking
that's
like
easy.
a PVA strand.
No, you could go on. There's a software called JMOL. I used to use that when I studied chemistry for organic carbon chains, and you could just
Okay.
search up DNA molecule, and you'll get the same. You'll get the 3D graph. You don't have to do anything.
Right.
But when you're working with like linear algebra, you don't get such like beautiful pictures that they do in biology, right? Not all the time, at least.
You get fractals.
I get spinning things. With, and you have to find the center, right? You could tell like a vortex. You could tell like the vectors are shrinking towards the center,
Vortex.
right?
It's all vortex.
So you could see,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the other thing that I was interested in
Vortex
that you might have not really considered is that we use the same math for demographic change, right? Replacement rates of different species, but also of groups of people. We look at demographic changes.
Fibonacci. It's the
Right.
Fibonacci. Okay, and that is
you could use that somewhere.
Always.
Well,
you
use those to estimate integrals.
Well,
right? It's a method. It's a method of counting.
Right.
It's based on theory. It's like calculus. Calculus is a funny thing because you have to assume in your head that there's an infinite amount of points. But if there was, then every value would be infinite, right? But it has to do with taking a limit, right? So it's interesting. There is no infinite amount of points between every line, right? You know there's space between molecules even. But when we're doing the math, when we're doing the math, we pretend it's infinite, right? Because all we really care about is the distance from point A to point B, but we try to pretend that there's an infinite amount of points between when we're calculating it using triangles.
Right, but when you get to break down, it's the spiral.
Yeah. So if you want to calculate, let's say a right triangle, you have y equals x, right? You have the 45-degree line, right?
Well, I like the fire in the book.
So yeah. Look, when you want to calculate,
wow, that's really cool stuff, man. That's really cool stuff.
But what you were saying is when you want to calculate what?
A distance.
All right. So when you want to so here's a quick example. Yeah, here's a quick example of how to calculate the space under a line, right? Like you have a right angle, right? You have a 45-degree line, right? So if you want to calculate the space under it, the equation you're going to use to integrate is y equals x. So that would be, so you would integrate x squared over 2, right? And then you plug in the value of the point you're starting and ending, and you want to see the space under that line from this point to that line, and it's a subtraction. So you're basically calculating a volume under that line in a 2D space.
Correct.
Right?
Well,
and then what that's the fundamental of calculus, basically. That's how it works. That's how integrals work.
Change it to algebraic.
That's calculus.
Yeah, but that would change it to algebraic.
It uses algebra for the proofs.
Well,
there's algebra used in the proofs.
But that's only for variable exchanges.
Right, but all right. So you use that concept for the integral, and then what they do is in statistics and multivariate statistics, they just expand it to 3 dimensions, and then if you have 10 variables, it's 10 dimensions, right? But the thing is that it's not dimensions of, like, some people in popular physics, they act like it's another dimension of space and time, but it's not. You could have, for example, your height and weight is it.
But that's beyond
your height and weight is a dimension.
Yeah, but hexadecimal.
Well, your height and weight.
That's the point of no return. Is the hexadecimals. Well, it's not. It's not.
All right. So the numbers are. So you have mono, di, tri, tetra, penta, hexa, octa, nona, deca, and then it continues on. You can have as many variables as you want, and then what you do with the data is you try to see that they're not related, so that you're just not measuring the same thing twice.
Correct.
So you try to reduce the data first, right? Well, and then you want to make predictions on the rate of change of those variables. Yeah. Well, so if you're dealing with like spatial things, like
if you can get digits, if you can get a single digit down, that'd be great. I think that's why they do the numerology. The numerology swaps.
Right. So if you're talking about like precision, that's an entire like topic, right?
Yeah.
Because in linear algebra, you do have to count for error in your measurements. But like I said, if we're looking at big objects, like if they want to track where you are as a person, that's not as hard. I mean, the estimation error is not too far off, right? So you would you would want to look at the rates in the variables I mostly would look at is things, places you normally go to, people look at your social network. Use those variables to predict where you're going to be, right, or what you're doing, right? So I don't think like you need more advanced technology to learn more about people. Just based on the statistics we used, we just collect data on what you do, like what you buy, right?
Well, the scary thing about it is all this data is being created for AI.
Yes. I work with some AI, right? So the reason I bought a graphics card was to, like I'm not a gamer, but I test out like AI on a graphics card because it is much faster.
I was writing
than my processor.
Hey, smiley face. I was writing virtual reality in 2001.
Yeah. So can you do game programming?
I did all that map building.
Can I interrupt for a second? I have a question for Smiley Face.
Yeah.
So spin matters. And that's what you said before. Now, what about Schrodinger's cat? That unless you observe,
that's a probability theorem.
Unless you observe,
they always talk about that like an intro to probability.
I mean, this shit's way over my head, man. But I just wanted.
It's probability because you're such a large. This is the way I see it. You're such a large object, right? If you're trying to perceive something like an atom, right, you're going to affect it if you move it, right? If you try to measure it, you're going to affect it with a measuring apparatus too. So you're going to change variables around it, and you're going to change the probability.
Right. If you observe it, you're going to change what it's doing.
So,
it's spinning.
So what they do, right? What they do, like what I know is mostly about carbon chemistry. What they do is they freeze the molecules, like the whole liquid nitrogen thing. They freeze it and then scan it with an electron microscope, right, to keep it still as much as possible. They want to get rid of the vibration because the molecule is always moving. So that's what they do now. They want to freeze it to basically slow down its rate of change, right, so they can see the structure of the molecule, and then they use an electron scanning microscope to do that. So
and then it changes.
Yeah, that's one.
Right.
You're trying to prevent. Yeah. So the reason you freeze it is to prevent it from changing, and a lot of their equipment is like super heavy, and they try to control for vibration in the floor.
Sure.
There's a lot of factors they look into account to reduce you from affecting your measurement. Right.
Well, that's
basically
the buildings. Let me say, I know about that too, because they even try to isolate it from the frequency of the Earth.
Yeah.
They did.
So I've only been the only lab I've actually been in and I was given a tour of was a lab here they were working on stem cell research for retina cells, right? That guy helped me get into graduate school, but he showed me the lab what they have. They have the giant liquid nitrogen tank. They have all the stem cells. It's not as interesting like is in the movies. It's not like Spider-Man, but so he's incubating the cells, right? When they need to scan them to see the structures, they have liquid nitrogen. They could deep freeze things, right? They have all that on space, all there. It's all climate controlled, right? Everything's monitored. Everything's clean, solid concrete. Heavy duty. These buildings have heavy duty foundations. So they do try to prevent us from affecting the outcome of the experiments, right? So I personally worked with a different type of experiment.
Wait, smiley face, Faraday cage too.
No, not always. They just ground. They just control for grounding, right, to get rid of static. Right. Because static could mess up a lot of things at that scale. So you want anti-static, basically.
Well, yeah, I'm sure the place is very well shielded though, because you still have muons.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna have a Faraday cage.
It'll be more than a Faraday cage. It's more, yeah.
Yeah. So the way we get rid of noise, in statistics, is we'll measure the same thing at different times, right? And we can see structures that don't change much, and we can see noise. Noise is not easily reproducible or predictable, so we could cancel out noise. The structure is reproducible and predictable. So that's how we find things. That's how we account for that. Because some of the things I studied was in
background noise.
Yeah.
Is
all noise.
Wait, how can background noise be?
No, that's the point. That's the point. It's not predictable. So we could tell the predictable from the unpredictable because we replicate the trials. We have more than one trial. We're not just taking one picture. So the type of research I did, like I'm not going to give it away because you could basically, because I know I could find out what school you could find out what school I went to and everything, who I worked with. But so I was involved in some types of experiments, right? But not crazy Spider-Man stuff, nothing like that. But so I designed the experiments, collected data, and I analyzed data. So I worry about noise and interference. So we have not really control groups, but groups to compare to, and then many samples and samples within the same subject, right?
Wait, with human beings?
Angela says this. Remember back in the day, this is your brain on drugs. Well, this is your brain. Yes. Boring.
Wait, the smiley face. Experiments with human beings.
Missing off the non-geeks.
Yeah, so yes, I had to get IRB approval and all that. It was all legitimate, all right? Don't worry.
Sure. Right.
Right on.
Anyway.
Colonel Shaw's in the house. Salute. Hell yeah. Colonel Shaw's.
But anyway, so when I do the trials with people, I analyze, the results of what we're collecting, right?
Colonel Shaw.
And so we try to get rid of noise between each subject, right? Because everybody's variable, even in their own reaction times and responses. So we have to control for that because depending on what we are looking for, right?
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to give away here what I was studying because it's not many. When you're in these fields, it's so specialized that you're working on something very specific, and you could tell who's doing that right now in the country because you could just search it up.
I can bet
on the
right
different
now
schools.
what we're studying is aurora fields of the human being, the electromagnetic energy that human beings put
And
off.
so it has more. So it has more to do with artificial intelligence, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
So I was.
Do you work at
so
CERN,
part
dude?
of.
Do you work for?
No. That's why
Elon
it's
Musk?
nothing like that. It's nothing like that.
Okay.
So part of it is right. So part of what? Well, I can't really tell you the topic, right? But it has to do with artificial intelligence, but it's not about computers. It's about people. And that's why I know about transcranial magnetic resonance, right? fMRI studies, right?
Right. HARP.
I've had to write papers about how like the fMRI system works. I've got exams on it, things like that. That's the only reason I know. It's not because I'm like so interested in it, Because at the time I had to do it, right?
Magnetic resonance imaging.
Right. I needed the grade.
Most people don't even know what an MRI is. You're actually turned into a fucking radio antenna inside an MRI, and they flip it. They flip actually every molecule in your body is switched to 90 degrees from what it was before within a split second. And it's switched back again, and they can detect what kind of material it is, bone, muscle, etc., by how fast your molecules switch 90 degrees. With a radio wave,
right? So part of what we could see in the fMRI, right? I didn't do fMRI specifically. I worked with people who did. I had to study what they were doing to know how the data worked. But so we look at the brain flow, right, to the different regions of the brain, right? We're using fMRI, and so there's a delay between the signal and when we could read the signal. But so we're all right. So there's one researcher, right? So this is not specifically about me, so it's fine. It's not going to identify like what I was doing. But there's one researcher who's mapping categories of language in the brain, right? He's mapping categories of language in the brain, right? Where you store information in your brain, right? Like, are there different categories in your brain? Is your brain spatial? And yes, it is. Most of the research does show it.
The prefrontal cortex.
You have categories.
Right.
So check this out. You have categories stored in your brain, right? And we could predict using transcranial magnetic resonance what you're thinking about based on previous trials of your brain. Everybody's brains map different. We need a sample from your brain to get let's say prior probabilities of those categories activating based in relation to stimuli based on your brain. We have to make a profile on you. So it takes a lot of trials, right? Initial trials for us to get enough data to learn about your brain.
Wait,
and
so
then we use that data to retest you on a different test set, right? And
but can
then
you do that on deceased
we can
brains?
predict what you're saying. What? They tried it on a catatonic patient. They tried it on a catatonic patient. You have to be alive though.
Like Nancy Pelosi. Right.
Right.
You have to be alive. Yeah, it wouldn't work on Nancy Pelosi.
so
No, not Biden either. You have to be alive. Yeah,
So
because
you're talking PET scans, right?
Hey, check this out though.
Well, no.
Yeah, the rest are going on now. I wanted to mention something about they were talking about in chat. Colonel Shaw came in and he's asking questions about what's happening. He's not up to date with the Steve Pichenik stuff.
Oh, we're talking physics, man.
Yeah, I know. We're getting into theoretical.
I follow this guy. He's way more intelligent than I. At least I give a shit. I ask honest.
Yeah.
Questions.
Word.
But you're not expected to like know this stuff. This ain't like really common knowledge anyway. You know, this is stuff I spent a lot of time studying. Right. So
all I know how to do is push the red button. That's all I know how to do.
It's amazing stuff, Smiley. Thanks for running that down, man. That's really something to ponder.
But you use the MRI, but not the PET scan. What's the difference?
So we use fMRI, right? PET scans. So in PET scans, you have to make a particle like glucose radioactive. The reason is they use it so cancer cells will absorb the glucose faster than other cells around them. So when we think somebody has a tumor or something in their brain, or even for Parkinson's disease, right? We can see which cells are dying based on the glucose uptake. And so we in a cyclotron, they would charge the particles. So they have a very short half-life. They're not long-term radioactive, but we charge them in a cyclotron. And then it goes through the body, and then they receive gamma rays off of that coming from your body. And they don't like to do this on younger people, right? They like to do this on mostly old people like Parkinson's.
Radioactive dye, dude, for a treadmill test.
Right.
And the next doctor said, "What the fuck? Why'd you?"
That's not good.
Well,
all right, so
he's already radioactive.
So check this out. The reason why we would prefer to do it on older patients like Alzheimer's patients is because at that age there's not as much cell division in their brain. You still, from research, we see that you still have cells that could still divide I'm not recalling the areas. No, it's where your memories are stored. In your hippocampus, right? Right, in the hippocampus, there's...
Oh, the hippocampus, okay.
You still have cells that could still divide, but the older you get, the rates go very low, so they're not going to be as affected by radiation. That's the theory. So you wouldn't want to put radioactive material inside of a child, for example. They could have all types of problems because they're growing very fast.
Oh yeah, well that's like just common sense. Radiation bad.
Yeah, so the only reason you would use a PET scan is to look for cell death or tumors, right? Tumors, it's very good for that. So yeah, you're basically making like things like glucose radioactive.
Wait, so dead cells absorb radiation faster than live cells?
No, they don't absorb it. So that's how we could tell it's dead, because what they do is, let's say with Alzheimer's patients, their cells are dying, so they come back every so often to retest. So we look at the glow pattern, the signal from the gamma rays coming off of the charged glucose. So they get re-injected, whatever. And then they come back and we're comparing how much that light's going out. I mean, it sounds metaphoric, it sounds literary. The light's going out. That's the cells that are not absorbing glucose no more, and that's what's dying.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
Because
check this out. No. Check this out. This is one thing about neurons, right? Neurons constantly have to have a glucose source, right? I believe it's been a long time, but I don't believe they have their own like mitochondria, something like that. They can't produce their own. They can't last long without a constant blood supply. So, like I said, if you got your blood, like if you had a seizure, the cells in the brain die so fast compared to like your periphery cells, right? Muscle cells, you could have your arm cut off and attached sometimes, right? The brain is very delicate to cuts and blood flow, right? And the reason I know this is because I did a few research papers on dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and the physiological correlates of it. That was like the name of my paper.
Holy shit! Now I gotta ask
I did
you
that for
a
research.
Do you think that the brain still is functioning even after oxygen heartbeat stops for up to 1 to 7 minutes?
The cells start dying. The cells start dying very fast.
But it's still functioning even after blood flow.
It's still functioning, but it's dying very fast because the cells need a constant supply of glucose.
You got 6 minutes,
right?
So that means even if you commit
you
suicide,
got 6 minutes. You got no more than 6 minutes. Outer limits, maybe 6.5.
So, like, even if you get 2 shots to the back of the head and your hippocampus is gone, the rest of your brain could still be thinking about something, thinking about dying.
Yeah. So like there have been people who had like major head injuries, shot in the head and stuff, and they've seen like even they had to relearn things, but they saw that they were relearning things in different areas of the brain because other areas of the brain were trying to take on those functions, right? And it was much harder and it's not as natural. So yeah, the other parts of the brain are still functional because people can get shot in the head and still survive, and lose brain cells and still survive. Yeah. You do lose memories sometimes, but see the memories are not centralized. They are categorical, but they're distributed, right? Yeah, but you can lose memories in very weird ways from head injuries.
Yeah, I've seen it, man. Dude got a fucking rebar through the brain, and he's still walking around and talking like, "Oh, that was nothing."
You know what I was just thinking about? I was on my way out to get a smoke, and I come out and my little hat's hanging there on the shotgun. And that guy that was here, Nick, was talking about these RFID chips being real small, costing a dime, 30 cents.
Yeah.
And so now Trump's putting watermarks on ballots. What's saying he ain't putting RFID chips in these here hats?
Because the riders aren't going to loot those hats. They're going to loot like Xboxes, PS5s.
Right.
but I know it's like a tracking device, though. Because because it seems so. I get that there was a purpose for it, and it was probably a noble cause or whatever. But it kind of shady to put watermarks on things.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the president; he can do what he wants. But as far as messing with federal documents and things like that,
yeah, it was.
In this case, I think it's a good thing.
Law enforcement to catch and expose corruption.
But what if he wants to expose and detect me, man? I don't know. Now,
did you deal
it just
in
popped into my head when I saw the hat. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Did you deal any stolen ballots?
Yeah, that's the problem.
I have one I didn't use.
Did you sell it?
Try to turn it in. You didn't sell it.
No, I haven't. It's gonna be. I'm gonna be rich.
Fine.
But I mean, I voted in person. But I was just. It trips me out. If things are that easy,
they're not.
So sometimes people will register to vote even. There's no chip.
How would I find it?
You can use a magnet. A really strong magnet will just destroy whatever's on the chip.
What the fuck's my magnet? I don't want to be tracked, man. I got enough problems.
Nobody's tracking. You're not that important.
You know that guy.
I know.
So the guy who came on, the guy who came on earlier talking about the RFID chips, right? He said that they could be in our clothes anywhere, right? The guy said the RFID chips could be in our clothes anywhere, and so like I mentioned it, but I don't think most people, anybody heard it. But I was like, I think he's trying to get us to take our clothes off. That's what I thought was going on.
Hell no. I know I have my finger on the button just in case.
Is that why Hunter Biden was naked in his house?
The red button.
Something like that.
You ever see somebody that looks like I'm coming on chat? He's got no clothes. press the red button. I have a clue. I think it was Gus, but I don't know.
But yeah, I think the RFID chips and watermarks and stuff like that are pretty fine overall.
Somebody impersonated me and came on this chat naked. What was it? A couple of weeks ago.
Was it Batman?
Yeah, somebody's got it out for me because they hate the Orange Man, and I love him. Cheers.
But you think that nobody else in the world? You think that nobody else in the world would go online named Bruce Wayne or Batman or anything like that?
No, I found out that. Well, I used to think
you the same image on the
username, but that's not true anymore. People can hack YouTube and duplicate Bruce Wayne, as we found out.
But your account, yeah.
Right, Wizard, you saw it. You told me about it. Somebody came out here.
Some Wizard of Oz out there. It ain't me.
You know what's the worst part? It wasn't even pixelated.
Hey Wizard. Hey Wizard, I'm gonna record it. Hey Wizard, I'm gonna record your cam and I'm just gonna loop you to make you look like you're there. Right?
Okay.
I can get you to say anything. I could just cut everything out of context, smooth it over. I can make you say anything.
I know. I've seen those programs. That's crazy shit too. Yeah.
I had that on my phone once. I took a little shot of my nephew, and I had him say, "My nose makes its own bubble gum," and he was like, "I did not say that," and I was like, "I got it right here, man."
Did you pull out a gun?
I took a photo of my grandma. She was 89 years old at the time, man, and I got Satan, maybe, like the church lady. It was funny.
Smiley face, it's so good to talk to you. You're highly intelligent, man. Thank you for letting me ask you questions and giving me answers.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Excellent fucking conversation, man. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going through about 10 minutes, man. We're gonna have to call it.
But spin matters. Tell us about atomic spin.
It's all vector fields, right?
But spin matters. I remember you said that, right?
It does.
There's no mass
it's like I think I probably might have to make a little demonstration or animation and then show you it probably.
Right.
Of what causes like a vector field to spin in its graph, right? I'll probably I already have some of it already.
Are you observing that most are spinning, or most are, well, you can't say standing still, but not spinning, non-spinning?
There's no mass without movement.
Yeah,
exactly.
So are they all spinning? What about dark energy? What the fuck is that? I think dark energy is a myth. It just means scientists they don't know.
Right. That's what darkness generally is. It just means that they don't know.
They don't know.
Yeah. It's like the dark web, like they talk about the dark web, right? And node networks and all that, right? That's not really dark, right, Wizard?
Right. It's not dark.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know about using those type of networks, but
I don't know.
It's not really dark. There's nothing dark about it. Like there's darker things going on in the DNC, Hunter Biden. That's darker than anything that could go on in a node network.
Right. Just look at the Clintons, for God's sakes.
Dude, yeah. So they try to say that everything anonymous is dark is what they're trying to do.
If you ever want to observe a black hole,
necessarily dark. No.
If you ever want to really observe a black hole, just lift up Nancy Pelosi's dress.
Yo.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, but yeah.
You will see.
There's no end to her.
Right. But that's what I was saying, guys. If they're really gonna be doing these arrests, and they're gonna be rounding these people up, and it's really going to happen. If that's happening now, there won't be enough of the Democrats left to make a difference.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing. Doesn't it come back to that the whole organization can be called a terrorist
All of it.
organization?
This is all DNC operation. Clinton's
Mm-hmm.
at the head of it, and
Yep.
Obama is the.
It better
But
fucking
see,
happen, man.
the
'Cause I'm tired of
only
waiting.
thing I worry about for the long term is that
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them are going to lie and say they're Republican and switch parties. That's going to happen, like no
Oh
doubt.
yeah.
They'll be behind bars, man.
Trying to do
They'll
it
be,
that way.
they'll be in jail.
No, the ones that don't get caught, right? They're going to just switch parties. There's going to be a lot of people lying, right? They're going to just go basically in the closet again
Yep.
about this.
And that's why with the never
So you don't want to scare you don't want to scare them too much, right? You still want people, you want to encourage people to be honest about their beliefs, right? So you want to, so a lot of times, even when you're outside, you got to act like, even if you hear something shady, you don't want to act like, like you're going to do something about it, right? You want to make them feel comfortable so that they let us know that, that somebody's pretending to be something or not. So I think a lot of politicians are going to start saying, oh, they suddenly had an epiphany later in life that they're Republican because of Trump. I doubt it. Like, I'm skeptical of that.
Yeah, I'm too. But you know what? That's going to happen. That's what happened the last time this happened.
Yeah,
the
it's
last
definitely going to happen.
But the last time this happened was called the McCarthy era. Remember, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep. Communism.
Correct. Okay, this was their attempt last time, and then they went silent for a generation, and come back out to the 60s. Okay, now we've been dealing with 50 years again. 60 years, now it's time to shut them down again. And then they'll go down for a couple generations, and we'll be able to build America kick ass.
That somebody will say again, hey, somebody will say again, like, hey, why can't we just print money again? It happens all the time.
Right, and then they'll have, wait a minute.
And then it'll be unleash hell again.
And the cycle. They knew this was going to happen. Our founders predicted it. They knew it was going to happen from time to time. The Tree of Liberty must be fed.
So, have you ever seen like the original Dr. Faustus, right? The German one.
Who?
The story, right? It's an old like long poem, right? It's a German poem, Dr. Faustus. It's by I don't pronounce the name right, but it's spelled G-O. His name is spelled Goethe.
Okay, go.
Right. Right. So read that book, and one of the editions, one of the translations, right? Because I also look at who's like funding new translations of books. So one of the translation was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, right?
Oh shit.
And so it just tells you an idea of who likes these books and who's keeping track of these books. These books are a big deal. So Dr. Faustus, it's talking about a professor who makes a deal for like unlimited knowledge with the devil, but he's trading something for it. He's trading his his humanity, right? So the thing is that the story kind of shows that you build an empire up from the an empire of dirt. Eventually it collapses, right? That was the entire theme, that you build, that the whole thing is the fight for power. The ring, like the Lord of the Rings was based off of the ring of the Nibelung and all that old German poems, right? The ring of power, right? The one ring to control them all. That was before Lord of the Rings, right?
Right.
Tolkien took those ideas from that, right? And you'll see those same ideas in Faustus, right? So the idea is that a lot of people, especially very wealthy, elite people out there, they're aware that their morality is the will to power, right? That's what they seek, right? They want to unify, all branches of government, all governments, right? To control everybody. That's their ring of power. But they know that eventually, it could collapse, right?
Right.
So it's basically planned for. So they take what they can, let it collapse, watch the chaos, and then come back as a new power.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
But you see a lot of these ideas. You see a lot of these ideas in the
deception.
books that they read.
Give a shit when they're dead. They all think, well, just get whatever you can get while you're alive. There's no afterlife. There's no God. Wrong. They're in for a huge awakening.
see that watermark? You know what it kind of looks like to me?
And see, that's the epitome of evil, Smiley face.
See that?
You can get while you're still alive, and when you're dead, nothing matters.
Sorry, I don't speak sign language.
We already spoke about how the human brain still functions up to 7 minutes after
Oh
blood.
yeah, tow truck, you're number 2.
You're number 2. A big fuck you to the DNC. Wouldn't that be funny?
Okay.
What is that symbol?
Okay. I was gonna
Where
say,
does that come from?
Plucking.
Anybody recognize that
bow and
symbol?
arrow string, because they would chop off the middle finger and the forefinger in ancient England, so you couldn't pluck a bow and arrow string. So when you flew the bird, that means
Doesn't
you
it-
still
yeah.
had the ability to pluck a bow and arrow. Pluck, fuck. See, fuck you actually means pluck you. It means I can still pluck a bow and arrow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But I was asking about the watermark symbol.
What about it?
Well, is it like a lotus or an imperial or a...
Crown, looks like to me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Supposedly that's the watermark that were
Now,
on the
think about
ballots.
coronavirus. Corona means crown.
Crown? Huh?
Or a trident.
And there's
It could be a
that.
trident too.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. And
It
then the
looks-
CA, what is
looks
it
like a
backwards?
pointed crown.
Who knows?
well, guys, I'll tell you what, we can ponder that and we'll pick up where we left off tomorrow night. And you guys are awesome. Thanks for coming up and hanging out with us, man. Everybody in the
Right on.
chat, Miriam, Huckleberry,
Thanks for hosting.
Shaw.
Sure.
I know
All those
Zoom got
chatters.
Buffalo Bill's getting ready to take off too. He's gonna.
Good night, Montfair. Sleepy time. Goodbye.
Thank you for streaming, Wizard.
You guys are awesome. I thank God for each and every one of you each and every day. I'll tell you what, man.
You bet, Wiz. You bet, Wiz. Good to hear it, man.
Dream well, Patriots, because we are winning.
It's time. The time is now.
Exactly. All right. I'll see you tomorrow night, Smiley.
All right.
Have a good one.